have to think and draw a mind map and map your answers for a particular question. Yes, so when they ask about the features of Indian society, what kind of side headings which you give? Features of Indian society. So the first one would be, it is heterogeneous and has a cultural diversity. So under that, what kind of features you will discuss? We can talk about language, we can talk about ethnicity. Under ethnicity, you can talk about how we have a lot of races, right? Dravidian race, Aryan race, Mongolian race, right? You can talk about the different races and ethnic groups. Then the religious diversity, as it is comprised of 5 to 6 religions, right? And then what you will discuss? Again, you can discuss about the caste system, and also you can also discuss about the class system, how the class is interrelated with the caste system. And then we can talk about the political feature of India, which is democracy, where the most of the places are dominated by the regional groups, and we are trying to be consolidated under central government. So the political diversity, the regionalism, communalism. So these are the features you can talk about the Indian society. And you can also talk about the family system as well. Under family system, what will you discuss? You can say that the majority of the Indian practices, they uphold patriarchal system. Very minimal, right, in that too in Kerala. Only they follow the matriarchal system. Patriarchal and matriarchal, but the thing is, majority of the Indian practices, they support only, I mean, they practice only patriarchal system. Only in Kerala, the matrilineal practices are there. That you can highlight. So basically, India is a patriarchal, yes, Nayars, even Nambodris, that system is called as Marumakatyam. Am I spelling it right? Am I pronouncing it right? Marumakatyam, yes. So it's matrilineal, where that Taravad, that house goes to the women of the family, right? So it's basically more patriarchal society that you can highlight. And you can also talk about the India has witnessed a series of reform movements. That also you can mention. Monogamy, we can highlight it. Yes. Now it has been, right now it has reduced to monogamy. Yes. But in this case, yeah, you can say there were practices called polygamy, but now it is most of the people are practicing only monogamy, since the polygamy is legally prohibited. And you can also talk about the rising live-in relationship. That is also there, no? In metropolitan cities. So that you can discuss. So you can make your answer more interesting. And you can connect it with globalization and increasing migration. You can talk about the impact of migration and in a separate head, and you can discuss how the society has been changed, how people are actually, because of the migration, how the people are able to leave of their caste. I mean, even now it's there, but somehow the migration and the globalization contributes to the reform of the conventional ideas. So you can talk, begin from how culturally traditional society the India was, and then you can end it with how it has changed because of the globalization. That you can do. So I'm just giving you an idea. See, you will not see somewhere you will be getting questions related to these things, right? I thought can discuss this. Yes, the next question would be about the elucidate the features and merits and demerits of joint family. So, what would you talk about under merits? Child care, support. Anyway, as a contemporary woman, I couldn't think. Yes, shared economy, shared household, everything is there. Yes, division of work, but you can highlight only in the
The teach
share. Sorry,
the teaching of behaviors such as
that is what
socialization happens there.
socialization.
Yeah,
That you have to bring
yeah.
under
Yes.
socialization. So you can talk under child care and then you can talk about the socialization. How the primary socialization, you would have read about primary and secondary, no? So that you can bring in here. How the family will enhance the primary socialization. So that you can discuss. And demerits, what you will discuss. Subordination of women, right? The women will be burdened with the household work. And what will you discuss? The lack of privacy, the lack of individualism, right? So you can discuss all these things under demerit. So it's more subjective. So when you they ask you about the problems of education in India, what will you discuss? The first one would be you can link the education with poverty. Since the poverty increases the problem like child marriage and child labor, the education might be affected. And then you can talk about the rural urban divide. How the urban area are more have the facilities of education that you can discuss. Then what you can discuss? You can discuss about the increasing privatization of education. And you can also acknowledge that the education has become a fundamental rights of India, right? As per the 2009 Act, the education is a fundamental right. No child can be deprived of the education. So that you have to mention. So when they ask you to discuss about the next question, the problems faced by the marginalized caste in India, what would you highlight? The problem faced by the backward caste, scheduled caste, and scheduled tribes. First is social status, educational opportunities. See, under educational opportunities, you have to be very careful in answering it because we have to link all the aspects, the poverty, and we can mention poverty as one of the aspect. Problems of identity, that is social status, right? They have the identity, the problem is their identity. Yes. So you can, the social status, untouchability, deprivation of employment opportunities, prejudice. Yes, that you can discuss under the status. In some cases, bigotry, access to lack of access to the resources. So economic opportunities, social opportunities, political opportunities. So under social opportunities, you can discuss about all these things. So break down as a big category and discuss. So under economic aspect, you can talk about unemployment, poverty, and all. Under social, you can talk about education and political, um, uh, and you can and untouchability. So break it, and under political, how they are deprived of the lack of resources and lack of opportunities, right? Since they are minority, see, now they are forming a good network that is there, but in many instances they were not able to compete with the majority, right? So that is a problem here. So though we have reservations in major laws, they are not able to be more actively implement their opinion. Of course, now they are able to voice out their opinion. That is there, right? We have given, of course, I am not supposed to say, but we have given the voice. But even till date, their grievances has not been adequately addressed. Yes. So then you conclude that saying that there should be a protective discrimination and affirmative action, which which means the positive implementation of reservation policies, the positive implementation of what to say, giving them making them to activate their agency, so that you can discuss as a part of conclusion. So, addressing each question, you first think and prepare yourself. So, again, for the 12-mark question, you need to elaborate your answers. So, usually, what I do is, it's my personal tip. While giving the essay answers, the 20-mark or 12-mark answers, I'll give a synopsis before starting the answer. I'll write like contents. I'll mention what are all the headings I'm going to cover, or I'll draw a mind map and then I'll begin the question. So, this is my personal tip. So, you can do the same thing if you want. But for that, you should be prepared. So, expose the nature and characteristics of the Indian family and the factors responsible for the change within the social institution. So, for this particular question, you have to divide the answer into two. The first part of your answer should explain the characteristics of the Indian family, which talks about the joint family system, and also the nuclear family system and the patriarchal system, division of labor, the shared household, the religious practices, community practices that you have to discuss in the first part. The second part, what would you discuss? What are all the factors which brought the change in the family institution? So, for this, what will you discuss? You can talk about the industrialization. That is the main thing, right? Where the job, because in the traditional society, the entire family used to carry out agriculture. They used to take care of the farming. So, they don't need have to go move outside. But only when people have to move for the industrial work, there is a divide of 9 to 5 work, and the joint family system is not possible. And it also increase the division of labor. Since the men has to go for the industry, somebody has to take care of the family, which by default falls on the head of the women. So you can discuss all these things: the impact of industrialization, the impact of globalization, the migration, how the people have to migrate again, and what else you can discuss? The impact of westernization, right? How the Western ideas had infiltrated in the Indian society and led to the increasing number of live-in relationships and avoiding even marriage, right? So the impact of, I would say that it is not because of the westernization, but I would say it's because of the capitalism. The capitalism makes us think more. Yeah, sologamy. Yes, that's a funny word. I don't know whether it really makes sense or not. Yes. And how that even, how would you define it? Yes, apart from all these things, yes, I also came to know that sologamy, but see, if I say it's a monogamy or uh, what to say, it's a gay marriage or lesbian marriage, we have some quality to define it, right? It's a homosexual marriage or heterosexual marriage or a polygamy, polyandry, we can define it, right? But how would you define sologamy? There is also a concept called serial monogamy. That is there. Serial monogamy means having one wife at a time, but no, having at different stages. That is called serial monogamy. But sologamy, right now, even I am kind of some sociologists have to make sense of it. Yes. So yes, you can also mention that definitely it's an updated version. Yes. So you can talk about the factors which lead to the change in the family system. Yes. And have you people watched this web series, Modern Family? That would have been an interesting thing to watch to understand the emerging new family system, how different kinds of couple exist. I mean, that's an outdated. It came very long back. It's not a new one. So it belonged to that thing, that Big Bang Theory or that How I Met Your Mother. So modern, it's more progressive. I feel that modern families, they have different kinds of people forming an entire, having a big family. The one would be gay couple. The one would be a normal, I shouldn't say normal, heterogeneous couple. The one would be marrying and the modern family. So it's an interesting thing to watch. So, I mean, see, my point is you have to make sure before it is the way to prepare your exam. Prepare mind map for each heading for your in according to your syllabus. Will that work? I'm asking you, will that work? Yes. Okay, then all the best, guys. I'm leaving. Yeah, bye.
Bye. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, sir.
What happened yesterday? I was trying to join for about from 3 o'clock onwards. Okay. I don't know. Was there any issue? I don't know. I could not. I was waiting till 3:30. Then I could not. Till then, I was not allowed to join. All right. Uh, Today we will keep going. Anyway, we will just try to cover up whatever we could do within this available time. Um, I hope we what we have clarified in the previous classes, you would have revised them, and I suppose are they are clear to you. We completed an understanding of the concepts relating to the study of social movements. In that, we saw that social movements are understood by sociologists as unique social phenomena that are sui generis, and they have a life course of their own. They are produced by the society, and they also make an impact on the society. Therefore, they are sociologically they are quite important phenomena to be studied. Sociologists view social movements as products of society because society produces them, and when society produces them, in fact, society produces a group of people, a group which is set apart, which makes the movement. And that we understood from what M.S. Rao, what Mukherjee, and what Charles Tilly have told, that these are a group of people who constitute a part or section of the society. Therefore, the entire society is not involved in a movement. It is a small section or a segment of the society which is engaged in the making of a movement. They come together, which is called collective mobilization. It's a process by which people come together, individuals come together and form a group, and they engage themselves into a collective effort. Collective effort, yes. All the members of a group, they make a concerted uh, group effort, which is called collective action. Collective action. And this collective action is the one which has a particular target, which is called the goal of the movement. And the goal of the movement usually is obviously to remedy the situation, to solve the existing problem, to look out for a solution to the issues, to resolve the issues that they are confronting. By doing so, well, they finally aim at bringing about kind of a change. And this is the equation with which a social movement works. Having done with that, we also spoke the about the um importance of the ideology, which Mr. Rao emphasized, that a movement can have a disconnected kind of events. That is not going to make up a movement. Instead, a movement uh, can have a continuity. Then only it's called a social movement, and that continuity uh, is offered to the collective action once it is connected with an ideology. Wherever there is the presence of an ideology, then we can see that there is a kind of a collective purpose which is assigned to the collective action, and then because of which the members of the group are kept active and kept connected with the group for a long time. That makes the movement. Well, that is why ideology is quite important in making a movement. And the ideology gives a set of collective beliefs and opinions with which members come to accept, as well as they come to invest their time and energy for the purpose for which the movement is organized. This being the case, we also understood that collective action, ideology, and social change are quite important in uh, understanding the sociological dimension of social movement. Well, and we also moved into understanding the conceptual issues. We have to, yes, we will focus on those things. Conceptual issues, sociologists have identified that in the study of social movements, sociologists need to focus on the sociological dimensions. That is why they are called the conceptual issues, which deserve a sociological treatment of social movements. What are they? They are, first of all, the idea of collective action, which is different from a crowd or a mob or a riot. Those cannot be considered as movements. So collective action, which has what do we call it as sustainability, sustainable collective action, only can be called as a social movement. Then we have, as we have already discussed, the aspect of change orientation. When it comes to the orientation towards social change, of course, social movements can be broadly classified into two major categories, because all the time social movements may not. The common thinking is like this, that social movements always bring about social change. But the sociologists have clarified this issue, that we should not go with the impression that social movements always bring about social change. And if there are some movements, but then they don't bring about change, we should not discard them from the idea of social movements. So that's sociologists have given us the idea, they raise this issue, that when we speak about connection between social movements and social change, relationship between social movements and social change, we need to consider the fact that social movements can be of two broad categories. What are these two broad categories? One group of social movements which are pro-change movements, and another group of movements which are change resisting movements. So movements can also resist change. They can resist change. They can bring about change, or they can resist change as well. So when it comes to ideology, again, there are issues that we need to raise. Look at the ideology, whether the movement has an ideology which is peaceful or conflicting. That is the one which wants to um, sustain the existing social order, and wants to have a peaceful kind of an orientation towards change, or it wants to go into kind of open conflict through which it wants to bring about social change. It depends on the kind of ideology that the movement adopts. Then this movement, based on its ideology, it can be violent or non-violent as well. This is another issue, because some of the movements, most of the social movements have been located to be violent. Violence has been part of many movements. Take, for example, movements, for example, Quit India movement, which happened in India. It was resolved that it is going to be a non-violent movement, but because of the intervention by the colonial administration, it turned out to be violent. And then we'll take the example of that is Jharkhand movement or Telangana movement. All of them have had the element of violence. So initially movement may be non-violent, then it may turn into violence, or from the beginning itself the movement can be violent. And we have a list of peasant movements which have engaged themselves into violent struggles, like Salbari movement, and even the agrarian Telangana agrarian movement also had a guerrilla kind of attacks. So violence has been part of movements. There are some movements which are notable, like the non-cooperation movements, civil disobedience movements in India, or movements led by Nelson Mandela, are examples of how non-violence could be used in movements. And there are aftermath. We have quite recent movements which have followed the path of non-violence. A number of movements we can list. Moving into the other issue, we have before us the identity. Identity is one of the major conceptual issue that sociologists have pointed out. Why people come together in a movement? Don't they have any other work to do? Are they not having other engagements? Yes, everybody is busy. They have their own engagement, but then what brings them into a movement is the matter of, yes, a common identity. Identity comes through either through what we call it as an ascribed
Common grievances.
Yeah, yeah. It can be because of the common grievances that people have. Very good. That's right. Grievances which are common, held in common, or problems faced in common, common problems or common issues. Because of that, yeah, because of that, the people carry the identity that we are the victims of this particular issue, or um, we are the actual claimants of this particular thing, or they can say that we are the one who are eligible for this. So when they have a collective claim or collective victimization, well, then it becomes a formation of identity. Other side, we have the ascribed identities, such as, for example, women's movement. Women's movement goes with an ascribed identity of gender. All when it comes to the question of men and women, then obviously all women join together, and they put across their protest against men. So that is an identity, gender identity. Similarly, we have transgenders, or even LGBT. We have all these are identity based, ascribed identities get into the formation of movements, or it can be ethnic or racial issue, racial ascription, ascribed status of race or ethnicity, caste can be the basis of formation of a movement. Example, we have Dalit movements, we have backward class movements. These are examples of this sort. Then the next issue we move in to understand the idea of internal dynamics. Movements, when they are formed, we cannot be just take them for granted that once people come together and then all of them will work together, they will always remain together, they will stay united. All these are imagined usually, but then sociologists have warned that you cannot just imagine that everything will go up that way. It's not all is well. Because when a movement is formed, its initial stage, all will be quite enthusiastic to join the movement. After that, what happens? This enthusiasm may get uh, increased, or it can be reduced, or it can also create distractions and contradictions. That happens. When it happens, this is called internal dynamics of a movement. The movement may make people to stay together, or it can it can also bring about various um, various contradictions and challenges with regard to the organization of a movement. So in that, what we need to understand is this, that the relationship between leaders and followers, or even the type of the leadership itself, may undergo different situations of contradiction or contestations can happen. The movement can bring about an order, or it can get into a disorder. Both can happen. For example, a movement may be brought into an order by bringing about certain procedures of rules and regulations of, for example, membership. There will be who wants to join the movement. Initially, when a particular organization is formed, they say anybody can join it. After that, they say you need to apply for membership, and then they will later on they say membership has to be charged, so some prescribed fees will be there to become a member. So this is how the movement gradually grows. And then it says that you need to also pay subscription. It can be monthly subscription, or it can be annual subscription. And then they say you have to renew the membership. Well, these are the internal dynamics that happens depending on the strength of the movement. Movement may gain strength. Because of that, it may bring in these kinds of formulas and set the people get linked to the movement. Some of the movement without such compulsions also keep working on. That kind of movements are also there. But then what happens, sometimes movement organization also undergoes contradictions and contestations. Because of that, the movement membership and movement organization may get divided. Members may get divided into groups, small groups. Internal groups may happen, which are called fractions. Fractions may emerge, and the fractions also can later on split. They can also split into different movements. This happened with many of the examples we have. For example, in Maharashtra, you have Dalit Panther movement. It started up for the empowerment of the Dalit. Then later on, it got divided into two groups of two factions: Hindu Dalits separately, and Buddhist Dalits separately. This kind of formations have happened in other movements as well. For example, the self-respect movement in Tamil Nadu, which later on turned into a formation of a political party. We have examples of this sort in even in Indian national movements. We have. So these examples help us to understand that it's not all is well with about movements, and there can be many differences that emerge, and because of that, the movement may get divided. Moving on to the next important issue is leadership. Leadership, every movement needs some kind of uh, initiative and guidance, without which a movement cannot work. And that comes through somebody called who is a leader. The role of the leader is quite important in a movement, because it is a leader who mobilizes the ideas and views from the members and mobilizes them and put them together, articulates the views of the members, also redresses their grievances, and then also finds out solutions to uh, keep the collective action active, collective action alive. All that is there. At the same time, the leader is also a kind of a representative, a spokesperson who has connection with the outside, the outer world, gets connected to the movement through the leader. It is through the leader the movement, the movement is identified, and it is a representative. Leader is the representative, a spokesperson about the movement. And whatever the spokesperson speaks is considered as the view of the movement. So that kind of a role is leadership. But then what happens? There can be, again, the conceptual issues that sociologists have pointed out here, that movement can have variety of leadership. Okay, so what kind of possibilities are there? One possibility is this, that a movement may have an individual leadership. An individual may be a leader, and he continues or she continues to be the leader for a long time, and then he or she hands over to the next person to be the leader. That possibility is there. This is called the kind of hereditary type of leadership which happens. Uh, so, okay. So, okay. So we have the other aspect of leadership is group leadership, or leader. The movement may be led by a committee. It can be a team. Leadership is a team of persons who constitute the committee that leads the movement. The movement can have leadership from a group of people. So that's what sociologists try to tell us, that movement leadership can come through an individual leadership, or it can be a collective leadership. So a leadership can be from a team of people who constitute uh, the leadership aspect of the movement. Another interesting point that comes to our understanding is that social movements usually have emerged because of leaders who possess certain extraordinary qualities. Extraordinary qualities. For example, we have, take for example, the entire India was under colonial administration. It was initially we had a team of people who were doing this, and later the arrival of Mahatma Gandhi brought in a new dimension to the mobilization of people. He called for the participation of various uh, sections of Indian society to participate, different caste groups, different religious groups. He invited women also to participate. So this kind of leadership came up, and there were people who are ready to uh, go with the command. This is a typical example. What we understand, it is called charismatic leadership. The charismatic, there is an extraordinary quality with a leader which makes the people to run towards the movement. So that is a source of attraction and source of retention. Source of retention. This we have witnessed in most of the cases in various parts of India, even with regard to the presence of various political parties, where leaders have shown, take for example, from South India, we have leadership coming from various actors who acted in films. They also tended to offer mass mobilization of people because of their charisma. So for example, the ADMK movement came up, and ADMK party was formed because of the charismatic qualities of MG Ramachandran. And later on, the charismatic leadership came from Jayalalitha. Yes, you want to have, yeah, you have some points to raise?
Yeah,
Yes.
yes, sir. Is charisma equivalent to being persuasive, or is there a different category altogether?
All right, that's a good question. Well, this is the beauty of what is charisma and what is persuasion and what is kind of suppression, oppression. All these are different dimensions that we need to understand. Usually, charisma is considered to be an extraordinary quality which an individual or which an individual possesses. Because of this charisma, what happens? People automatically get attracted. We have plenty of examples, whether it is, say, for example, Jesus, you take an example, or you take the example of even this Sai Baba, for example. Here, the bhaktas, they run to the to the charismatic leader. They're ready to invest their time. They're ready to spend their money. They're ready to give up even their property. So we have in Pondicherry, we have the Aurobindo ashram. There are people who want to just live in the Aurobindo ashram. The only the condition there is that once you want to join the ashram to serve the ashram, then you should give up your property. They're ready to do that. So this is what is the aspect of charisma. Here there is no persuasion. There is no force coming in. People are ready to just do it. In the case of a charismatic leader, but the example which I have just given about Aurobindo ashram, here there comes the element of persuasion, because now charismatic leader is not there. There's an organization now. So this organization has certain rules and regulations, and it says you have to give up your property. Yes, people do that. So these are typically two examples we can find. When the charismatic leaders were present, there is no word of compulsion saying that you should give up property. No, people were ready to give up their property. People were ready to surrender their things to the leader by themselves, without even asking for it. Even the leader says, no, we don't require this, you just participate. Even then, no, it is my choice, and for my satisfaction I want to give this to you. This is how people come and put across when some particular belonging of a particular person, when it is auctioned out for a sale, you can see that the kind of pricing it goes on. It starts from a minimum price, and then it it gets inflated, and then it goes for a very maximum price, which you cannot imagine. That object may not have that kind of value, but still, because the object was the belonging of a particular person, it fetches such a bigger value. This is a charismatic aspect which we need to consider. Here, there is no persuasion or compulsion or oppression. All right. So that is the quality of a charismatic leader. So people get wish to run to the person, just meet them and give them. This aspect of charismatic dimension that was instrumental in bringing about several social movements across the world. Across the world, most of the movements, and even if you say there have been, would you like to say something? Yes, you want to add something? Is it okay?
Yeah, yes, sir. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. That's a good question. We can see in even various issues, whether it is gender concerns or peasant issues or tribal issues, wherever it is, people have been experiencing different levels of um, different levels of oppression, exploitation, discrimination, injustice, but still people just were ready to accept. Say, takes the example of um, women's movements. For the discrimination against women, it started up to the extent that for centuries, for several centuries, women were treated as just like it's there. They were treated as just like less than human beings, or kind of, or some kind of pet creatures. So this status existed about in 19th up to 18th century. This was the status. Women were not given any right. They were not allowed to earn. They were not allowed to spend. They were not allowed to own anything, and they were asked to do the household chores. And this is how they were kept for a long time. And it came up only in the 19th century, though this is what they say, though the England an empire had a queen, but still the status of women was like that. uh, then it came up with some kind of a leadership that made a difference. That is how things started changing. Things started changing because of the kind of leadership that brought in to speak about these issues. Okay, let us take the example of Dalits. For centuries, Dalits had a lower status in society. It was the arrival of the great personality like Ambedkar. With his arrival, this situation, could be treated with a uh, solution. To bring about a solution, he made this solution through a movement. He formed a movement, and because of that, this change could be this called Mahar movement, which brought in a new direction to the in the life of the Dalits. In every situation, we see that the discrimination justice may have had its existence for long, but then the leadership made a great difference in mobilizing the people, mobilizing the ideas, as well as to find solutions to the issues. So, okay, we have the aspect of yeah, the other important issues, that other issue that sociologists have pointed out about the movement is about its what we call it as its demise. So what happens as the movement grows and then it gets established, and then what happens at the end? So when it comes to that, sociologists have said that social movements may bring about socio-cultural change, or it can bring about socio-political change, or it can bring about change in the what we call it as uh, power relations, change in the power relations, or it can attempt at those things, but then it may not bring about those changes also. But what happens to the movement? There are various ways in which the movement can change itself. Some movements may continue to be movements for quite some time, but at the end, what happened? They may turn into a bureaucratic formation, what is called a kind of an organization, or it can set up itself as a political party. SNDP movement, for example, it turned into an yogam. You have self-respect movement of Tamil Nadu turned into a political party. So the movement at the end may turn out to be some kind of a formation of this sort. It can get established, and if it is established like in a form of an organization or a political party, it is no more to be considered as a movement. It can also happen the other way around, like the social movement may not be able to sustain itself, so it can, at the end of the movement, it can make some kind of achievements of some of its targets, and then it may be resolved, it may be dissolved. Once the movement is formed, then uh, once it has made certain achievements, the movement may be dissolved, or the movement may not make success. It becomes like it loses its strength, and it may, because of that, it may be uh, uh, it might be brought to an end by the state, or any kind of colonial administration may bring the movement to an end. So that is called the demise of the movement. It is the demise of the movement. Ultimately, the movement dies. These are the various conceptual issues that sociologists have pointed out to us to take a focus when we understand social movements. Social movements exhibit different forms, exhibit different dimensions. Social movements exhibit different challenges, and we should be ready to understand what kind of a challenge that social movements face, what kind of dimensions that social movements takes, and what kind of formation that happens when a social movement emerges. This kind of focus is quite important in understanding social movements in the Indian context. Indian sociologists have also made these points clear to us. The contributions by Yogendra Singh, contributions by T.K. Woman, Parthanath Mukherjee, Dhanagare, these are quite important in understanding the social movement. So we will take them up one by one. Yogendra Singh says that when we want to discuss the various conceptual issues in the study of social movements, in the Indian context, sociologists have given substantive contributions. They have made substantive contributions to study of social movements. The social movements, individual social movements, have been studied at length, and the substantive aspects of the movement have been exhibited. And then he says that the all these social movement studies in India can be categorized into two broad categories. One of the category is the focus on historical processes. Another focus on the dialectical processes. Most of the sociologists have followed this historical method, have used historical method, and Yogendra Singh says that use of historical method has been very, very important in the study of social movements, because historical method has helped us to understand the trajectory of the movement, as well as it also helps in understanding the social context from which the movement emerges, and also connecting the existence of the movement with the historical events of that time. As we know, every movement which has emerged has had its emergence connected with the time of its existence. Say, for example, in the 21st century, in the beginning of 19th century, we had peasant movements. Even before that, yes, in the 20th century also we had peasant movements. In the first half of 20th century, we had peasant movements. But what happens in 21st century? Do we see any peasant movements? We are not able to see any peasant movements. In the first half of 20th century, there were peasant movements by agricultural laborers. Do we find the movements from agricultural laborers now? So this is what we have to understand. There is something that goes on which with the connected with the historical context in which the movement emerges. Movements not only emerge because of leadership, but also there is a kind of connectivity that we can see with the historical context, the context in which they exist. So therefore, Yogendra Singh suggests that historical method has a greater value in understanding social movements, and this has been adopted by many of the sociologists in India, including T.K. Woman, Yogendra Singh, Parthanath Mukherjee, Thanagare, all used this method in the study of social movements. The other one, which Yogendra Singh identified, is the dialectical method. Now we know dialectics. What is dialectics? Dialectics, dialectics has to do with the contradictions. Dialectic has to do with the conflicting aspects. Okay, so sociologists have also understood social movements from a conflict perspective. Say, for example, the study of peasant movements, for example, very specifically, has understood social movements from a conflict point of view. Similarly, women's movement, some aspects of women's movement have been understood from a conflict perspective. Similarly, we have the Dalit movement, which also some of the attempts have been made to understand it from a conflict perspective. Other than that, there have been movements with regard to water distribution or environmental issues. They have had the conflict, ecological movements. They have had the conflict dimension. So the dialectic aspects that happen with the understanding of movement help us to understand how social movements emerge because of the contradicting relationships or conflicting relationship between two or more groups. Say, for example, when environmental movements emerge, we know that the conflict between industrialists and the actual users, forest users or water users, so between the industrialists and the community. So there is a conflicting relationship which forms a basis of a formation of a movement. Having discussed about what Yogendra Singh has told about social movements, we also try to know what T.K. Woman wants to tell us about social movements. He says that social movement studies can be of three categories. He says that there have been movements which had this historical focus, which talk about historical process, etc. Other group of studies which are focused on the psychological aspects, he says. The psychological aspects of study of social movements have focused on the emotional aspects of people with regard to their participation or agitations and frustrations. This aspect has been covered, and he says from these we have a distinctive approach from a sociological perspective, that sociological aspects have to be covered in a social movement, for which the core principle or the parameter with which we can say that social movements have a sociological orientation is that they try to connect the social movements with a generalized theory of society. So the theory of they try to theorize the emergence of the existence or the impact of social movements with that of societal processes. So the kind of a generalized sociological theory emerges out of the study of social movement. Such kind of studies have a sociological orientation, he says. And by doing so, he also says that structural functionalism as a perspective to study social movements did not offer much of scope to provide a comprehensive understanding of social movements. Social movements in its full capacity or full focus and full dimension could not be studied when we approach it with a structural functionalist approach, because structural functional approach understands social movements in relation to the status quo or social equilibrium. So developing a social equilibrium, that has been the focus of structural functionalism, which does not allow the possibility of understanding social movements completely, because it can cover those aspects of social movements only when they are supporting the existing status quo, and they do not permit the possibilities where change is expected. Therefore, structural functionalism does not offer the perspective for studying social movements, T.K. says. Other than that, we have interactionist perspective or conflict perspective or social exchange perspective, which offers us a greater understanding of social movements. Parthanath Mukherjee speaks about three important dimensions in the study of social movement. He says any social movement can only be possible when we focus on three important dimensions. He says social movements cannot exist without conflict. Conflict should be there, and that the presence of the conflict only generates social movements. If there is no conflict, there is no social movement. This is what Parthanath Mukherjee emphasizes. Once the conflict is there, all the conflict may not lead to a social movement, because there may be conflicts with which people may try to exist, but they may not mobilize themselves. So what is required when there is a conflict? It has to be expressed in terms of collective mobilization. So he says next element which is important in social movement is collective mobilization. And when collective mobilization happens, it will not constitute a social movement unless there is a direction towards change. So he says all these three elements are quite important. Conflict, then number one, conflict, number two, collective mobilization, and number three, social change. All these three put together only can constitute the formation of a social movement, can constitute a social movement as such. Then he says the conflict aspect he wants to elaborate. He says the conflict emerges because of the presence of certain asymmetries in the society. He says there are five asymmetries in the society which are the sources of movement. They are: number one, exploitation; number two, discrimination, uh, exploitation, discrimination, then you have oppression, then you have gender discrimination, and uh, ecological asymmetries. So these are the five asymmetries he has pointed out, and these five asymmetries can generate conflict, he says. And because of that, when these asymmetries, when they generate conflict, three types of outcomes are possible. One type of outcome is called accumulative change. He says accumulative change. Accumulative change happens when there is an accumulative change happens when there is an incremental. He calls it as an incremental change or evolutionary change that happens in the society. The existing structures are improved or modified to make it more suitable and befitting to the requirements of the people. Secondly, he says um, it can be alterative. That is, it can modify the existing structure in such a way that the issues are resolved. Thirdly, he says transformative change. Transformative change happens when the existing structure is completely altered or completely taken out, and old structure is removed, and the new structure is placed there. So this kind of formation, he says, has yes, yes, you have some doubt? Yes, please.
Yeah. How would the alterative change be different from the transformative change, or are they the same?
Yeah, very good. That's a
Almost
good
the same.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me put across these three types again for you to get the concept clear. Accumulative, when I just put across these types, you will be able to understand. Based on these three types of changes, Mukherjee classifies the social movements into three types. Uh, Number one, he says quasi movements. He says quasi movements. These are actually social movements. Uh, hmm? These are
Pseudo movements.
he says these are quasi movements because they actually they actually mobilize people towards a particular purpose, but then they don't want to destroy or even modify the existing order without changing the existing order drastically. They want to bring about whatever required adjustments they want to make in the society to resolve the issues. So he calls them when when a group of people emerge as a group and make a group effort only to adjust the existing order and try to resolve their issues, then he calls it not as a movement, but they are quasi movements. They are quasi movements, he says. Then he says social movements, again, now he gets into these next two types. They are only called social movements according to Partha Mukherjee. This is called alternative movements. Alternative movements are the one which attempt at modifying the existing setting. Existing setting is altered or modified so that the existing issue, discrimination, exploitation, all can be resolved. The third type which he says is that, yes, transformative movements. Here, transformation brings about a change which is absolute, which is it is a change in its entirety, a change that happens in its entirety. The entire order, the entire structure is changed. It is changed to that extent that old structure will be removed and the new structure will be placed in that the old structure will be replaced by a new order. This arrangement is called the transformative movement. So let me first put it again. So first idea that Mukherjee says that a possibility where collective action is engaged in bringing about certain adjustments in the existing structure, but that the structure continues. Structure, existing structure continues, and only certain adjustments are made. This is the first type. Second type is the one where the structure is modified. Structure is retained, but it is retained with some modifications. Third type, the old structure is removed and the new structure is placed in that. The old structure is replaced by a new structure. This is called transformative. So this three types of social movements are based on his idea of this three types of change, which I already mentioned: accumulative change, then you have alternative change, and then transformatory movements. This is how Parthanand Mukherjee helps us to understand that movements can all have these possibilities as they work in the society. They may bring about different types of changes, and these changes can be to maintain the status quo, or it can lead to a small adjustments in the society, or it can modify the existing structure, or it can transform the entire order and place it with a new order. Then we have uh, the contributions by other scholars, which we will just take it up as contemporary debates, where we can see that contemporary debates we have emerged when the historical changes have happened with the emergence of democracy. The movements which previously particularly during the colonial period. This is what Rajendra Singh also points out. During the colonial period, we had certain social movements, which he calls them as, I will put it across like this. He classifies social movement studies into three categories. One is the classical studies, second is the neoclassical studies, and the third one, he says, new social movements. So classical movements, according to Rajendra Singh, had uh, had a focus on the psychological aspects of something like crowds, mobs, and things like that. But the neoclassical ones have focused on the colonial movements, and the new social movements speak about the movements which have emerged in the post-colonial period. What makes the difference in the colonial period? All the movements were directed towards the oppressive rule of the colonies. So one of the type of demand that people had during that period was to liberate themselves from the colonial administration. This is one option. Other one was to liberate themselves from the oppressions of the colonial rule. So this is what was the major agenda: either liberating themselves or liberating themselves from these oppressions and exploitations. That was the focus. Whereas from 1950s, 60s onwards, there has come an important change. What is that change? This change has happened with the emergence of new nations, emergence of democracy, because of the fact that most of the colonies were liberated, and now new nations have emerged. The new nations have adopted democracy as their mode of political administration. People have started exercising their rights, asking for their uh, share in the democracy, asking for their rights. And this has brought in the emergence of students' movement, women's movement, and various forms of uh, movements which we talk about them today. In the colonial administration, we had most of the movements were, as I told you, were movements for freedom, or it can be workers' movement, or what we call it as labor movement, or you can have peasant movements. Those movements have existed. Now we have totally a different set of movements coming up with the liberation of these nations. So to discuss all this, sociologists have proposed certain theoretical paradigms, which we call can list them like this. First, we have this theory of relative deprivation is one of the theories which has been proposed. Secondly, we have Marxian theory of social movements. Then we have resource mobilization theory, and then we have the new social movement theories. So we will come back to this first one. We have relative deprivation theory. Relative deprivation, from the very concept we can understand, there is something called deprivation. Deprivation, what is deprivation? Deprivation is denial of something. Yeah, yeah. Deprivation is, yeah. Yes, want to say something?
Denial of something.
Yes, denial. Yeah, when people are denied of some rights, people are denied of some kind of a share of benefits, people are denied of participation, then yes, this is called deprivation. But this deprivation has been there for a long time. Deprivation is not new. It has been there. In the case of, for example, in the case of scheduled castes, in the case of tribes, in the case of women, in the case of marginalized groups, it has been there for a long time. But what happens? Deprivation as such can be of two types: absolute deprivation and relative deprivation. When it is absolute deprivation, people don't do anything because they accept whatever the deprivation is, they accept. But this is what sociologists say: relative deprivation. The word relative they're using. Why? Because relative deprivation happens once one group compares itself with another group. When it is a comparison, so when they compare themselves with another group of people and feel that they are deprived, then it leads to the emergence of a social movement. This was first developed by, um, uh, uh, this idea was developed into social movements. It was Runciman who gave this idea. He says that people compare themselves with others, which was further developed by R.K. Merton in his reference group theory. Reference group theory, you might have studied this. That a group of people, they try to compare themselves with another group of people, and then what happens when they feel that they are comparatively deprived than others, then they start expressing that as a grievance, and that becomes a source for them to mobilize. Okay, this becomes the formation of a social movement. Okay, in this relative deprivation has been further elaborated when people have this discrimination, the feeling of um, deprival. It can happen as a gap between expectations and actuality. Expectations and actuality, when there is a gap, then people think that they are deprived. The other theory is Marxian theory. It says that it is because of the oppression by the capitalists that people are marginalized and laborers are deprived, and because of that they started uh, you know they started the exploitation led to their impoverization. So when they are impoverished, they mobilize themselves because of their collective strength, mass strength and mass mobilization. They were able to put up themselves into an agitation, and that agitation led to the emergence of the uh, communist revolution. Communist revolution, and finally, it was expected to end in the dictatorship of the proletariat. This is what Karl Marx said. Whether it happened or not, that is another question. But then it brought about a vast change in the entire social system, because of which industrial workers and agricultural laborers mobilized themselves in the formation of various uh, labor movements and peasant movements. Then we have the idea of yeah, neo-Marxist ideas. They say that the oppression and exploitation, it is not only in the economic aspects, but there is an element of this which comes through the political administration. State is also responsible for such kind of oppression depressions, and there are cultural elements that get into that. Well, so with that, the neo-Marxist says that the cultural aspects, political aspects also should be considered in the understanding of social movements. And lastly, we have this resource mobilization, which says mobilization of people is possible only when they are ready to invest their resources. So resource mobilization comes through the rational choice theory, which says that individuals, where they want to maximize their benefit, and because of that they are able to make themselves in participating in the movement, and movements emerge because of people are ready to invest their time, energy and resources for the sake of movement. Though they are deprived or aggrieved or even oppressed, movements may not emerge only if they can only emerge when people are ready to invest their time and energy, and that is the idea of resource mobilization. And then we have finally the new social movement theory that says that the recent developments in the social movements have happened in such a way that new formations have emerged because of identity. Now, the recent movements, we see that they have a distinctive quality, that they are non-hierarchical. There is that, like, all the members of the movement, have a kind of equal status in the movement participation, and whether they are rich or poor can join in a movement without, there's a class discrimination may not be there, but only thing is they may occupy different roles and positions in the movement. There can be also this element of age and gender discrimination may not be there. People of different age groups can participate in the movement. Men and women also combine together form movements. So these are the new dimensions that have come into the study of social movements, and they have focused on various issues. Nowadays movements can emerge as online uh, platforms have enabled the formation of social movements. So all these types of new development that have been taking place in the quite recent decades have been covered under the idea of new social movements. uh, Still we have few more things which are discussed in the study material. I hope you will find them interesting to you. You can go through in the light of these ideas what we have discussed so far. You can look into the study materials. If you have any doubts and clarifications, you are most welcome to revert back to us. So wish you all the very best. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning, ma'am.
Okay. So, shall we start, or do you guys want like a 2-minute break or something? Shall we start?
Start.
We'll start. Okay. All right. So I saw your mail, Rekha. So I don't have access to my laptop right now. So once I get my laptop, like tonight, I will. What do you say? I will send you the material. Okay. What do you say? I'm sure you have like your own reading that has been given. But apart from that, other source material also, I'll send PDF and then you can circulate it to your classmates. Okay, Rekha?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very
No,
much.
no problem. So in case I don't reply to you, in case I don't reply to you by tomorrow afternoon or something, just send me one more reminder mail. Okay, Rekha? All right. So we'll start the last three thinkers, right? And they're relatively modern. So till now we've seen thinkers who were at least they were most of their work was conducted in the 19th century, except for maybe Weber. Even Durkheim also, most of his work was in 19th century. Only one was in the 20th century. Weber, on the other hand, he had quite a few, not a lot, but still he was the relatively modern, like I mentioned yesterday. But today, the people who we are going to see is entirely based in the 20th century. Okay, and we'll also see a shift that these among the four classical thinkers that we saw, five of them, four were based in continental Europe, two from Germany, two from France, and one from England. Today, the people we'll see, two are from US and one from England. See, all this matters when we look at the thinkers, because now we are seeing how, as the time progresses, that is, as the world was getting into the 20th century, sociology was to spreading across the world, and you had new kind of institutions which were coming up, which were practicing sociology. All right. So the first person that we'll see in this is Talcott Parsons. Talcott Parsons is an American sociologist. He was an American sociologist, and he is credited with establishing, just like Durkheim was credited with establishing sociology as an academic discipline for the first time anywhere in the world, and especially in France. Talcott Parsons is the person who started off sociology as an academic discipline in the US. Okay, and he was a teacher in Harvard, and he was quite important, not only for this but also because of his contribution to functionalism. We saw how Kant and even Durkheim, they both were very important for the functionalist perspective, right? That is, all parts of society, they're functioning together. Now, but because of the work of Weber and Karl Marx, the functionalist perspective took a little bit of a backseat, because the conflict perspective came into dominance. They said that no, not all parts of society are always functioning well together, but there's a lot of conflict in society, and this conflict is a defining feature of society. So Talcott Parsons, once he started, I think around 1940s and 30s, 40s, and 50s was this time period. So during that time, when he started writing and all that, he started giving more importance again to functionalism. He said that it is, he kind of revived the work of, especially of Durkheim, where he said that, yes, different parts of society are always functioning together, and that is why societies are stable. All right, so he kind of took that function, he really took that functionalist perspective, and with Parsons, in Parsons' time period, functionalism again became a little bit more. I don't know if I can allow people to join the call. Someone called Creative Tips has. He's your classmate? Someone called Creative Tips. Is he your classmate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
I
He was
think.
coming.
Oh, I think he left. Okay, I think he left the meeting. Anyway, oh yeah, he joined. Okay, so where was I? Yeah, so Parsons. So he was again talking about the usefulness of the functionalist perspective, and inspired by him, again a fresh generation of sociologists who came who were also focusing on the functionalist perspective, right? When we talked about theory and all that, there's one thing that a major thing that I forgot to mention was macro and micro theories. Maybe you've already seen it in some other paper. Macro theories are the branches of sociology or the theories in sociology which talk about society as a whole, and to understand society through the structures of society. Okay, so conflict and functionalist theories are macro theories. Uh, this is it is not there. What is not there in your subject is something called symbolic interactionism. So, which is basically thinkers like George Herbert Mead, C.H. Cooley, Goffman, and all these people are there. It is not in your syllabus, but you can just be aware, especially if you're going to be preparing for UPSC. You will have George Herbert Mead in your what do you say in your syllabus. So this Mead is considered to be a micro-theorist. Micro-theorists are those who look at society not in terms of large structures, but in terms of individual interactions. All right, that's why symbol interactionism. All right, that is the that's a name given for micro-theories also. So anyway, so with this, we'll go into what Parsons is telling. Parsons, if you see, one thing about Parsons, two major books he's written. One is the structure of social action, and the other is the social system. All right. In both of these, especially in the social system, what he's doing is that he's theorizing in abstract. He's not taking direct empirical evidence and making a theory out of that, but rather he's theorizing in abstract. Okay, and he's telling this is a very abstract kind of a theory, and it was used to understand society, but he is not so it is more philosophical in nature, okay, rather than it actually being concrete or based in some sort of a material thing. So we'll start with social action first. So he agrees with Weber in this case, where he says that action is different from behavior because action is always, it has a certain kind of a meaning, right? And for Weber, action, the meaning of action can be understood through interpretation, right? But for Parsons, social action is the action that takes place because a person wants to attain a goal. All right, there is a goal in the mind, and we have to attain a particular goal, and this is social action. So this goal can be anything. It can be, say, for example, I'm going for a job interview. Okay, my goal in that particular situation. Why is that a social action? It's because I want to do my best. So I dress well, I talk very politely, I answer their questions very clearly and all that. And that is a social action because there is a goal in that particular situation, right? And my goal there is to get the job. Similarly, the people who are sitting on the other side, that is the interviewer, he also has a goal that he needs a person to fill in the position that is advertised for, right? So the other defining feature, apart from the attainment of a goal, there are other features also for understanding what a social action is. The next defining feature is it always occurs in a situation, right? In a situation, there's always a context for an action. So me getting dressed in a very formal, in a very good manner to go to an interview, it is not something that takes place outside of a vacuum, right? It occurs in a situation. It is occurring because I have to go for the job interview. So that interview, there is a situation. All right. The next feature is that the situation on the action will be regulated by norms and values. There are any kind of a situation will definitely have norms and values. I cannot go to a job interview in India, for example, wearing a mini skirt and all of that. At the same time, if I go to some place like France or Germany, if I go to a job interview wearing a sari or a churidar, there's a very good possibility that I will not get that job, right? Because the norms in that country will not favor somebody who dresses in that manner. The same way, the norms in our country will not favor some boy who's wearing shorts or some girl who's wearing, I don't know, some, like a beach dress and all of that and going, right? So for every situation, now, so you see the different features. So first is there is a goal to be attained. The goal is, I mean, the action takes place in a situation, and the situation is, what do you say? The situation is governed by norms and values. The fourth feature is that there is going to be investment of energy and effort. There is a motivation for me to invest my energy in this particular situation. There is, because of the goal, obviously there's a motivation for me to do it. And the excuse me, so this, he's, what do you say? Uh, Parsons is also telling that every, I mean, every social act, these are the features of social action. Then he's telling that social action takes place, and when a group of social action takes place, he's calling it a constellation of social action. All right, a constellation. What is a constellation? A collection of stars is called a constellation, right? The same way he's telling that there's always a collection of social action. All right, and this collection of social action, he says, are the ones which lead to systems. Okay, so we have different kinds of social actions, and when there's a group of these social actions, it can lead to systems. He's telling. Okay, so which brings us to the next theory of what do you say of Parsons, which is social system. Uh, for now, we're just talking about system. We'll come to social system in detail. So, social action, you understood. When a group, now it is not just my action there, the interviewer is also acting, right? So, that is also social action. Then maybe I am hired. So, which means I have to go to the HR, I have to work with my colleagues. So, there's a whole lot of social action that is taking place, right? So, all this put together is what he's calling a constellation, and all this put together will create a social or rather a system. Now this idea of system itself he's dividing into four. Alright, he's dividing system into four categories. First is the biological system. The biological system is quite basic. It has to do with your body. That is, we adapt to, what do you say, we adapt to our environment. When we are hungry, we try to find food. All this is the biological system. The next is the personality system. Personality system is our individual personalities. Like how do we function in socially? How do we function as individuals, right? That is your personality system. The third one is your cultural systems. In cultural systems, your values, norms, all of this is what do you say? All of this comes under your cultural system. Your what do you say, language, for example, symbolic communication, all that comes under your cultural system. But all of these three, whatever has been mentioned, it is all coming under the fourth system, or rather the fourth system is the one which is most important, under which we can categorize all of this, that is the social system. It's a biological, individual, personality, personality, individual, cultural and biological are all there, but they're all kind of coming under the, or rather these are all not as important as the social system. All right. In the social system is the one which determines the patterns of interaction between the individuals and the organization. Okay. So for Parsons, I hope, like, is this clear? You have social action, and we saw what are the features. Then based on social action, that is when there's a collectivity, you form systems. These systems are divided into four, out of which the most important one is the social system. What is the social system? The patterns of interaction between the individual and the organization. Is this much clear? Before we go into the features of social system and all of that, is this clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so moving, I mean, now what are the features of social system? First of all, a social system is an interaction between human individuals. This is very obvious, right? The second thing is, in every social system, there is an actor and there is an alter. What is an actor? I am the actor, okay? It depends on whose perspective we are seeing. So I'm going for the job interview. I am there, and there are 5 people sitting on the interview board. So in this particular situation, if you see from my perspective, I am the actor. At the same time, if you're seeing from one of the interviewer's position, he is the actor. All others in that situation are the alters. Alter, actor and alter. Okay, but my action, it is not independent of the alter's action, right? Whatever I am doing here is a kind of a response to what the alter is doing. So if the alter is asking me something, as an actor, my action is dependent on what question he is asking, what question she is asking, and then I may respond to it. If he is asking where did you study, I cannot say that I grew up in this place. That is not me reacting. Instead, I will try to the interaction is built on my response to the alters, what do you say, the alters question, right? So which means the alters action is taken as data by me, through which I can kind of modify my own actions. Is that clear? Did you understand that? I'll give you another example now. In what do you say? Uh, in a restaurant, you're sitting in a restaurant, and the waiter is bringing you food, but accidentally he slips and the food falls on you, right? Now he's very sorry, so he's starting to say, he's apologizing and all of that. So in this situation, I'm the actor and the waiter is the what do you say, the alter, and his apologies will be taken as data by me to kind of react. Then I can, using that as a data, I can act, I can determine my action. Either I can be very angry about it, or I can say it's okay, it's natural, things like that. All right, so the alter's action is always taken as a set of information or a data based on which I will determine my action also. The next theory is that there's always a goal or a set of goals in a situation. Alright, we may not be conscious about the goal, or the goal may not be very evident as it is, but there is always a goal in a particular social situation. There's always in every situation, this is the next feature, that there's going to be a collective goal orientation, and a collective, the situation will be what do you say, it will have some common values, right? The waiter falling on me and him apologizing means that there is a common value that this was something that was not supposed to happen, and that's why he is in a situation where he has to apologize. At the same time, the common value will be that I I can either be angry that this happened, or I can either be, what do you say, graceful in accepting his apology and all of that, right? That's because we both understand that there is a common value system in that particular situation. Societies and situations become, there is a conflict in a particular situation when there is no common value system, right? For example, I mean, you have societies where there's a lot of migrants, like Western European countries, where there's a lot of migrants from Syria, from yeah, mostly from Syria, Iraq and all of that. And when they go there, in direct person-to-person interaction, there might be chances for some sort of a conflict to come up, because in the situation, common values are not there, right? Once common values are there, then the situation becomes, what do you say, it becomes more easy, okay, according to Parsons. Then the other, the same way that you know, every situation is also faced by constraints. Either these constraints can be ecological in nature, or it can be social in nature. We cannot just act as it is, right? Either we'll be restrained by ecological factors. Ecological doesn't mean just nature and all of that. It can be any kind of surroundings. So if I want to, what do you say, if I want to dance in class, I can't do it because that is my surrounding, right? But that same thing, if I'm in a dance class, I can do it, right? The other constraint is more social in nature, where, waiter is dropping food on me. If my immediate reaction is telling, oh, I should get up and hit him, that there is a constraint on me, a society, that no, you can't do that, right? other people will come and immediately interfere. Hey, what is this? You're trying to hit this person. There's always a social constraint also in a society. So in any kind of a, what do you say, in any kind of a system, our action will be kind of restrained by ecological as well as these social constraints. Now, this, what do you say? Parsons is also talking about three different kinds of social action. One is social, instrumental. Okay, instrumental social action. That is just like what Weber also said, that goal oriented, right? You have so you have a particular goal, and you want to kind of, what do you say, you want to attain that goal. So that is, and this need not be just a very small or a very, what do you say, it may not be something that is just an immediate goal. I want to get, I'm studying, that is, if my social action, if I'm trying to understand the social action of me taking an exam, and I can say that I have a goal, and my goal is to get good marks. Okay, but it can also be a larger goal. That is, I am studying and writing this exam because I want to become a doctor. You know, so it can be that instrumental action can be understood both in the short term as well as in the long term. The next kind of social action is expressive. Expressive is where it kind of, what do you say, this is where you understand the flow of gratification. That is, if I finish this kind of social action, it will be helpful for me in the next social action. If I write this exam well, I can pass it and I can join a course where I can do some other kind of social action, that is studying another course, and I can get to my goal even in a better way. So expressive social action is the one where there is a sequence or a flow of gratification. And lastly, you have moral social action. Moral social action is based not on the goals per se, but rather on the values. Okay, so before you consider the attainment of the goal, you will consider the value that is inherent in the social action, and that is called moral action. All right, so these are the three types of social action according to him. And we've seen what social system is also, right? Now, in a social system, all these, what do you say, the different systems of social action has been institutionalized into becoming a process. Okay, and what you know, according to Parsons, there are different functions in a social system. All right, a particular system has four functions. Whatever system we are looking at, say a factory or a workplace, okay, or the institution such as a marriage or a family, or the government, okay, whatever social system, all these are social systems according to him, by the way. So, so for Parsons, when we're trying to understand, when we look at any social systems, it has four functions that it tries to perform. In short, he has called this Agile, AGIL. All right. Each of this stands for a particular word for a particular function. The first function is that of adaptation. All right. If you see adaptation, it will be more in the line of biological personality, right? Adaptation. Adaptation will be how is it that we adapt to external environment, as well as how are resources being allocated. Okay. So, for example, in a factory, let's take the example of a factory when we're trying to understand this. In a factory, if the social system is a factory, adaptation will include things like how, you know, how was mm, how are the resources being allocated? That is, who's going to do the manufacturing work? Who's going to do the administrative work? Then how are we adapting to the external environment? If it is a very hot workplace, we have AC or fan attached. We'll have light attached so that it will give us, you know, it can be adaptation in the very basic sense. It can also be adaptation in the very, what do you say, in a very basic sense, as in like external environment, but also adaptation in the sense of allocation of resources, right? So allocation of resources will be this, like even in manufacturing, who is going to do what job and all of that. So this is the first function, adaptation. The second function is goal attainment, G. All right, goal attainment. Goal attainment is nothing but you have your collective goals. So, and the function of the social system would be to attain this particular goal. So, in the case of a factory as a function, as a system, as a social system, goal attainment will be seen through there'll be a this thing given, like, okay, this many of the products has to be manufactured today. But at the same time, the sales department will be given another goal, that you have to make this much sales and you have to bring in this much profit. Already the HR department will be given some other goal. You should avoid this much. You should see that workplace conflict doesn't take place. So like this, many goal attainments will be given, goals will be given, and then of course will be the larger goal attainment of the entire factory, that we have to run a business and provide what is the salary for our employees, as well as ensure that we get a reasonable profit, right? So you see there is goal attainment. Then comes I, integration. Integration is how we are trying to keep the people, what do you say, the different elements together in harmony in the social system. So an integration in the what do you say, in the factory will be seen that okay, you may have some team building exercises, or you may take some work trip, like office trip and all people take, no, so that they can, I mean, there might be some interdepartment games, or even the HR department may initiate conflict resolution system and all of that. So this is a way in which the different elements in the social system, they kind of brought together to, and so that the social system doesn't fall apart. Okay, so that is the third function, that is I. And finally comes the function of latency. Okay, L, latency is also called pattern maintenance. In every social system this is like an extension of the integrated function. You have to make sure that the unity is maintained such that if there's anybody or any part of the social system which is kind of resisting this integration, or which does something where there's an action which threatens to break apart the social system, then it has to be disciplined. There has to be some punishment or something, such that that latent kind of an action, that latency is kind of controlled and restrained. Okay, so in a workplace experience, you can see if there's some person who doesn't follow the rules, or if there's one person who's trying to constantly incite some kind of what you say, antagonism and conflict and all of that, the company will come down immediately. Either they will suspend that person, or they'll fire that person, or they'll send that person for some kind of a retraining and all of that, because they want to maintain the integrity. They will try to they will always try to control or restrain the person or the element of a social system which tries to what do you say, challenge the social system, which becomes a deviant kind of a person from a social system. So these are the four functions performed by a social system. Is this clear? Did you understand this? Uh,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Uh, okay. So with these, I mean, with these, if you just read once more, I think it will be better. You can understand also. Okay. Now, and this, like I said, is called the Agile system. AGIL, right? Agile system. Now, Parsons is telling. Now, there are two other things also that we should understand when we try to understand the functions of social systems. One is something called the dichotomy of internal versus external. The other is the dichotomy of instrumental and consummatory. Okay, dichotomy of internal and external, dichotomy of instrumental and consummatory. What is the dichotomy of external and internal? External will be, is it something that is related to outside the social system? Okay, and internal will be, is it something that is related to inside the social system? The same way, instrumental is something that will help us to attain the goal. Yeah, something that helps us to attain the goal, whereas consummatory is something that is a goal in itself. All right. So two dichotomies. One is it what do you say? Is it something that helps us attain the goal? Then it is instrumental. Or is it a goal itself, that is consummatory? Similarly, is it something that pertains to outside the system, that is external? Is it something that is pertaining within the system, that is what do you say? That is internal, right? I want to find a picture for you. Let me just see if I can get a table. I should have made a drawing already, but not able to get it. Yeah. Wait 1 second, I'll just download this and maybe I can. First, let me see if it got downloaded. How can I share? Only share screen is there is an option. Okay, I'll just share screen for just. Can in chat can I upload? No, I cannot upload things there. Can you see this picture that I'm showing you now?
Yes, ma'am.
You can
But
see.
not.
Okay. Now I can. If I zoom, can you see properly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
Adaptation.
yes.
The
Adaptation.
knowledge received through adaptive use of resources.
Yes. So you can see the picture. You can see here how they have tabulated it. There is external and internal on one side, and there is instrumental and consummatory on the other side, right? So this is Agile, AGIL, Agile. Okay, in this particular manner it is going. So what this table shows us is when it is external and instrumental. All right, so instrumental is it is only a means to an end. It will only help us attain the objective. It is not the objective in itself, but it is relating to the outside. The social system, when it is relating to the outside, that is adaptation is that. All right, so adaptation is the system when it is adapting to the external environment, right? So external also it is there, but adaptation itself is not the goal. Adaptation will help us to attain the goal, so it is an instrumental function. Do you understand this, why adaptation comes here in this particular place? Do you understand that?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now similarly, if you see consummate, now we'll go to G, goal attainment. Goal attainment is also external in nature. That is, it's some larger external kind of what do you say? External kind of a thing, right? That is, we have the profit and all of that is something that is outside of the social system. So we are trying to attain that goal. But at the same time, goal attainment is an objective in itself. For us to get profit, it is not what do you say? That is not helping us to get a further objective. No, but rather it is a thing that this is the objective itself. Earning profit is the objective itself, but it relates to the outside world. So it comes at the intersection of external and consummatory. All right. Now, if we go to integration, integration is a function that pertains to the internal system, internal of the social system. All the members of the social system, they have to kind of what do you say, kind of be integrated with each other, and so that the social system doesn't break apart. So, which means it is internal, but at the same time, it is also the consummatory. Having that integration is a goal in itself, right? So it is also at the intersection between internal and consummatory. And finally, latency. Latency or that is pattern maintenance, right? So latency is the one which threatens to what do you say, break apart the this and in this system. The example is given as far as I can see through police officers and all of that, but in our example it is factory, right? That's a example we've taken. So in a latency, the goal is again, I mean sorry, the it is latency is not a goal. Keeping everybody or what do you say, restraining any kind of challenge that may come is not a goal in itself, but it will help us attain the goal of integration. So, which means it is instrumental in nature. At the same time, it doesn't pertain to an external environment, but rather to the internal environment only. So, it is at the intersection between internal and instrumental functions. Is that fine? Did you understand this? I
Ma'am.
have stopped sharing now.
Thank
So,
you.
no problem. Okay, so that is the agile system of what do you say, social system of Parsons. This is quite important. Okay, even if any of your UPSC aspirants, this has been asked many times. This social system has been, and how this, what do you say, how it is being maintained has been asked many times in the UPSC, like in sociology optional paper. So you can just be a bit clear about that. We'll come to the next topic of Parsons, that is pattern variables. All right, in pattern variables mainly mean this was Parsons. No, I don't know. Maybe you have heard this other person's name in some other paper. Tonys. Have you heard of Tonys somewhere? TONNIES. Types of society and all that, if you have already studied in some paper, you might have heard about him. So Ferdinand Tönnies was a German sociologist, and he basically told that there are two kinds of societies. Okay, that is, he told the name in German, that is, one is Gemeinschaft and the other is Gesellschaft. Gemeinschaft is more like a community where the relationships are very personal in nature. There's an element of affection, all of that. So think of social interaction in villages and all that. Okay, it is not a very mechanical kind of an interaction. And on the other hand, you have about Gesellschaft, which Tony is calling. It's a very materialistic kind of an interaction. Okay, so think of interactions in cities. Every interaction you have with the shopkeeper, for example, it is you both are in that particular interaction because you want to buy something, the shopkeeper wants to sell something. Apart from that, there is no meaning to that interaction. Okay, so according to Tony's, every interaction can be divided, or every relationship can be divided into two, these two. Parsons is telling that it is not as simple as that. In every particular situation and in every relationship that an individual enters into, there are at least five orientations that or five what do you say patterns that we can choose from. All right, that is every action. It is not just, is this relationship something that I'm doing out of affection and personal nature, or is it something that I am doing in a what do you say, for just to meet my goal? Is it just that? No, Parsons is telling that's not how it is. Every relationship will have five set of factors, and in these, each of these five factors we have to choose from any two options, he's telling. All right, so these are called pattern variables, right? So the first pattern variable is affectivity versus affective neutrality. This is quite simple. It is there in the name itself. Affectivity is your action. Is it what do you say? Is it motivated by affection, or is it something that you have to do regardless of what your emotions are? For example, if a mother loses her child, okay, if the child dies, and if the mother loses her child, she is expected to behave in a affective manner, right? In an emotional manner. She is expected to cry, to maybe what do you say, beat her head, and all of that. So that is the affectivity. All right, in an emotional way, you're assessing the situation and you are reacting according to it. Affective neutrality is where you act in a way such that your emotions are not influencing your action. For example, if a soldier is told to go die in a war that he has to fight, and he knows that he is going to die in that war, whatever his affection might be, he might be scared and all of that, but in that situation, his he has to set aside his emotion, and he has to obey his superior, and he has to go fight in the war. That is affective neutrality, right? A judge, even if the judge's own son is there in front of him, and if the son has done a very big crime, then the judge should not let his love for his son, he should not let his emotions, what do you say, it should not determine his action, but rather affective neutrality. Even if it's my son, I should look at the situation objectively and give him the deserved punishment, like that the judge should say. So that is the first pattern variable. Do you react affectively, or do you react with affective neutrality? The next one is, are you self-oriented, or are you collectivity oriented? Self-oriented will be where you're taking care only of yourself. Okay, this is not like selfishness, but rather it's a place where you are expected that it is your own kind of what you will try to act according to your own interest. It will be considered selfishness when you are expected to work for collectivity, but when you work only for yourself, that is when it is considered to be selfishness, right? But this is not selfishness, but rather it is an example where, I mean, it is an instance where it is expected that you will work in your own interest. For example, when you're writing an exam, okay, and the girl sitting next to you doesn't know anything, okay, but she's asking you, please help me, but you know the answers. In this particular situation, if you don't help her, you will not be considered selfish, right? Because in that situation, it is expected that you will protect your own self-interest because you want better marks, and so excuse me, so you will act in a self-oriented manner. You see how this is different from selfishness, right? But at the same time, you have a classmate, and that classmate is telling you, you know, please help me do my homework. I'm not getting any resources. Can you, or I'm not able to understand. So can you please help me do my homework? So there it is expected that you will help your friend, right? Because she doesn't understand English properly or she's bad in maths or whatever. So there it is expected that you will help your friend. So that is called collectivity oriented behavior. All right, when you help your friend there. So there you're going beyond your self-interest and you're helping somebody else. So here it is really not selfishness versus generosity, but rather how what is expected from you. Are you expected to act in your self-interest or are you expected to act according to the collectivity, in the larger interest of the collectivity? The third pattern variable is particularism versus universalism. That is, will I apply my values to everybody or will I apply my values only to certain people? Okay, so for example, particularism will be expected from me in case of my, say, you know, say I'm married, and particularism will be expected to me in case of my relationship with my husband. But of course, he'll be more important to me, and I should show him love and affection and all of that. That same kind of love and affection I cannot go showing to every other person in my life, right? Because that value of love, devotion, loyalty, and all of that is expected from me to my husband. But that is particularism. But universalism will be something like a teacher or that judge example that we took, right? That as a teacher, I am expected to be impartial. I cannot there are two boys and two boys are speaking. One is my son, the other is some other boy. So in the classroom, I cannot show that particularism and say one standard for my son and one standard for the other boy. No. I should apply the same standard to both of them. That is universalism. All right. The next is quality versus performance. When I assess somebody or some situation, am I going to assess it for what it is? That is what it is. That is its quality, or according to its performance. That is what it does. In an interview, will I give a job to someone just because she is from a particular country or a particular race, or will I give a job based on his experience or on his educational qualifications? That is a choice that you have to make, quality or performance. The last one is diffuseness versus specificity. Diffuseness is again the relationship that you show, the nature of the relationship. You know, I mean, if, how do I put this? There's an auntie. She makes she's my tailor. I give all my clothes to her for stitching. Now the nature of our relationship will be such that even like over time, she has not become just my tailor auntie, but she's become like a friend to me, right? So that the relationship that I have with her now has diffuseness. That is, I give her money, she stitches me clothes, but at the same time, if it's my birthday, maybe I'll go give her chocolate. If she's not well, I may take care of her. That is diffuseness of the social relationship. Specificity of the social relationship will be like a boss and an employer, for example. The relationship is only in one factor. You do your work, I will monitor your work, and according to your work, you'll be compensated. There is nothing that is going beyond it. There's no personal obligation or anything. Okay, so these are the 5 pattern variables. Now Merton, is that fine? I mean, I will go on to Merton. Parsons required so much explanation. We'll go on to Merton now. Okay. Let me just check what are your syllabus when it comes to Merton. Sorry, yeah, and we can get started with that. You have science, the ethics of science, role, set theory, references, and group theory of anatomy. Okay, so all right. So we'll start with. It's strange that they don't have functions anyway. So Merton was a student of Parsons. Okay, so the difference between Parsons and Merton was that well, Parsons kind of talked about all aspects of the good aspects of functionalism, Merton was aware that there are certain dysfunctions also. That is, not everything functions in the ideal way. And he's telling that, we'll start off with Anomy. All right, his theory of Anomy. Anomy, if you remember, Durkheim had also talked about Anomy. Merton's theory of, is it okay if I take class till 110 or something, because we have two more Merton and Giddens, no? So it may go on till 110 or 115. Okay, I'll try to wind up before that. So Merton's theory of Anomy, it comes from, he says that in every society, there are certain goals which are approved by our, what do you say, by our culture. For example, getting a good job, buying a good house and all these are goals which are approved by our society, or rather our society expects us to attain these goals, right? On the other hand, you have institutionalized means by which you can attain these goals. That is the way, what all ways can you take to attain these goals? So if you want to get a good job, you study well, you work hard, and you get a good job. You want to buy a house, you save some money, you have enough credit so you can take a loan from the bank, and then you buy a house. So there are culturally approved goals and institutionalized means. Okay, so based on this only, like in a society, the people will decide what goals to attain and how to attain them. If the society is in such a condition that people are not able to attain the goals, or if they are not able to use these institutionalized means, Merton says there will be anomy in society. Okay, anomy is nothing but deviance for him. That is, the goals have fallen apart, or the goals are not being attained, or the goals are too high, or the institutional means are really not accessible to a lot of people, by which we are not able to attain the goals. So which means now the whatever was established patterns, all that is falling apart, and this leads to a condition of anomy. This is called the strain theory of deviance. All right, the strain theory of deviance according to Merton. Now, based on this, Merton says that you can typify action or deviance based on 5 types. Okay, so the typology is given. The first group of conformists, CONFORMI, conformity, conformity. Okay, so conformity is where you let us take the example of students. Okay, let us take the example of students. Conformity is where the both the goal is attained, and how are they attaining the goal? Using the institutionalized means. Okay, so for example, as a student, your goal will be to get good marks. And what is the method that you are expected to take to attain the goal? It will be through studying, submitting your assignment on time, and all of that. So if a student is using these institutionalized means, that is studying hard, writing exams and all of that, and then attaining the goal, that is getting good marks, that is conformity. They are using both of this as is expected from them. The second one is ritualist. Ritualists are people who do the institutionalized means. They may submit all the assignment, they may write the exam and all of that, but they do not attain the goal. All right, it is not because either they may not be able to attain the goal, or they may be because for namesake they write an assignment but it is copied assignment. They write an exam but they don't write the exam fully. In that particular case, what happens is they're just doing the action for something, they're doing the action, but they're not attaining the goal. That is called ritualists. Okay, you're just doing it out of practice or because it is expected from you. So you're following the means, but you're not attaining the goal. That is ritualist. The third type is retreatism. Retreatism is where, or rather, we should go to the fourth type first. Innovation. Innovation is where you attain the goal, but you don't follow the expected means or the institutionalized means. So innovation in this sense can be good or bad. Okay. So innovation in a bad sense in this particular example will be, you'll get good marks. The goal has been attained. But how did you get the good marks? You copied, you stole somebody's assignment and submitted it. That is a bad way. In a good way, it will be, maybe you are in NCC or NSS, so you'll get some extra marks there. Maybe you do some extra projects. So whatever, if you get one low mark in one assignment, you tell, okay, I can go for volunteering, I'll go for internship, so I can get a better marks, like that. So innovation is, you attain the goal, but how are you attaining the goal? Through new way. You're not attaining the goal through what is expected from you, but rather some other kind of ways you're attaining your goal. Okay, that is innovation. And it can be good or bad. And then comes retreatism. Retreatism is where you give up. Like, I don't want the goal also. I will not do what is required also. So these will be people who don't come to class, they don't write anything, they don't give tests or assignments. Why? Because they don't care about getting marks. That is not a goal for them. They are coming simply because they have to come, right? So this will be retreatism. You retreat from this completely. The fifth type is something called rebelliousness. Rebelliousness is outside both of this because it is not accepting or rejecting, it is completely replacing it. So there will be students who say, okay, I'm coming to school, but my goal is not to get good marks, but I'm not rejecting the goal. I have a goal of my own. My goal is that I need a degree just so that I can get into police training. All right. So the goal there is not to get good marks, but rather to get a degree just for going for police training. So they will, to attain this new goal that they have set or the replaced goal, they will also have new ways by which it will be attained. So instead of giving assignment and homework and all, they'll take the goal, they will try to attain the goal through more physical activity. They'll go for physical training and all of that, right? So that new, it is not rejection, but rather replacement. That is rebelliousness. Is this clear? The strain theory of deviance, or rather Merton's theory of anomie. Is that clear? Okay, great. So we'll Uh, yeah, am I audible? I think I got disconnected there for a bit.
Yes,
Hello?
you're audible, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll just quickly finish up. Okay. Next is reference group. Reference group is Merton. Reference group is something that we also use all the time. Reference. How do I put this? This is a group of people whose actions influence our own, or who we try to modify our actions, our behavior based on this excuse me, this particular groups. So this can be understood either as in group or out group. In group, you will know is a group that you're a member of. Out group is a group that you're not a member of, right? So reference group can be any of this. Reference group especially is important when we try to understand relative deprivation. When we are trying to see, I have a house with 1 bedroom, but people on the next street, they have, mostly it is 3 bedroom houses. When we are talking in that manner, or when we are comparing in that manner, that is relative deprivation. We are trying to understand our position in comparison with somebody else's. So their reference group becomes quite important. Okay, that is one important thing that you have to note down. Questions like this will come in net and all, like who in Merton's theory, relative deprivation is related to what. So you can just stick reference group, things like that. Okay. Now, uh, how, I talked about in group, right? That is a group that you're a member of. How do we construct this idea of an in group, or that you're a member of a group? Is that one is your perception. Do you think you are a member of the group? So I will say that yes, I'm a member of the group, that is my classroom, because I consider that I'm a member of it. Second is, do other members think that I'm a member of that group? And third is the nature, the frequency of the interaction. How often do I interact with them? The other, what do you say? There are other things related to reference group is the feature of anticipatory socialization. Anticipatory socialization is a kind of socialization where I am not yet a member of the group, but I'll try to, socialize and all that, expecting that one day I will be a member of that group. So for example, if you're trying to migrate from here, from India to Germany, you will try to learn German here itself, the basics. So when you go there, you will already know a little bit of the language, so it will be easier for you to adjust in that particular society. So there the reference group is Germans. That is your reference group for you, right? Then the next is positive and negative reference groups. Positive groups are the ones that you're trying to, that will positively influence your behavior, because you want to be more like them. So for example, if I'm saying that army is a reference group for me, if I say like that, then it means quite disciplined and all that. I'll try to follow that kind of a lifestyle. Negative reference group will be the group that I don't want to, right? So the same thing. If I say, oh, you know, army life is too disciplined, I don't want to live like that at all. So I will do everything that they don't do, or rather, I will not do anything that they do. That's called negative reference group. Okay, so reference group can be of these two types. Apart from this, what is important in reference group is also the idea of reference individual. That is, instead of just a whole group, there might also be one individual based on whom you try to emulate your behavior. This, in other words, in normal language, we call this a role model, right? So that is there. I mean, I'm just quickly going through. We still have guidance also to finish. And then we have role set, that is the set theory and all now, role set, status set, and status sequences. Merton is talking about these three. Role set is that any set of roles that you have in because of your occupation, I mean, because you occupy one particular status. For example, if your status is as a student, you don't have just one role, you have a lot of roles. For example, if you're a student, one of your role is to study well, the other role is to be punctual, your other role is to help your friends. Many roles are there like this. So this is a role set. Status set, on the other hand, is where you as an individual, for example, if there's a person called Hari, and this person is Hari has a lot of roles, right? He is a son, he is a student, he is a brother, he is a citizen of India. Many roles are there. So I mean, he has many statuses. He occupies a lot of statuses. This is called a status set. That is associated with each status. He have hundreds of roles. That is a status set. Next is status sequence. Status sequence is over a period of time how your status keeps changing depending on your previous status. Today I'm a student, tomorrow I may be a teacher, the day after tomorrow I may be a professor. After that, I mean, not the day after tomorrow, of course. So after 10 years, I may be a professor. Then after 10 years, I may be a retired person, a pensioner, right? So my status today is dependent on my status 10 or 15 years back. So that is called status sequence. All right. And finally, we'll come to Merton and Merton's ethos of science. Merton is considered to be the person who kind of introduced the sociology of science. Okay, so when he's talking about the basic ethics in science, Merton is talking about two kinds. One is the technical ethics and the other is a moral ethics. Technical ethics are more relating to the institutional life, that in what way do we practice science? It has to be objective, peer review, and all of that. The moral ethics of science is, are we doing it in a right way? Okay, like in a very what do you say, value oriented kind of way. Are we doing it in a right way for the society and all of that? Now, based on this, he's telling that there are basically four basic ethics. The first ethic is broadly technical and moral, but specifically there are four basic ethics. The first is the ethic of communality. Communality, in that he's telling that scientific knowledge doesn't belong to any one person. If I'm doing an experiment and if I'm finding out something, that knowledge is owned by everybody. Okay, this goes against what do you say, keeping journal articles behind paywall and all of that. Merton would be against that, I assume. So that's the first thing, that knowledge cannot be made into a private kind of a thing, but rather it is common to everybody. Okay, that is communality, common ownership. The next one is universalism. Universalism is that it should be based on some impersonal criteria. Every knowledge should be based on some impersonal criteria. I cannot say that this knowledge is because this scientific knowledge is because of my personal uh, status and all of that is defining this particular kind of a scientific knowledge. No, he's telling that it should be because of some impersonal criteria that has already been established. So today, if I'm conducting experiments and if I'm coming, then it will be based on some theories that have already been in existence, rather than what do you say, my position and my race, my gender, and all of that influencing my knowledge. This is kind of related to the next one, that is disinterestedness. Disinterestedness is that my intention to find new knowledge, or my interest in advancing science should come from my motivation to get better knowledge, rather than looking at, oh, if I do this I'll get promotion, if I do this I'll get the Nobel Prize. So he's telling that for a good scientist, that finding the knowledge, that should be the goal. Okay, that should be the interest, rather than seeing that through this knowledge he can publish 10 books and get money. That should not be the interest. That is the ethics of disinterestedness. And finally comes the ethics of organized skepticism. Organized skepticism is You can be, if you're reading somebody's scientific work, you can be doubtful about that, but you cannot be doubtful just because it was written by somebody I don't like. No, that's not the reason for me to be doubtful and to look for variations, but rather I should have a skepticism about it because of the validity of the work, right? So then, which means that my skepticism or my doubtfulness is coming from a scientific and a rational kind of way, rather than some kind of a personal this thing. And this can be seen in two levels. One is on the part of an ordinary reader. If somebody is giving some scientific, someone is telling something like, oh, vaccines are not good. Okay, so I will try to look for the scientific reasons why I will disagree with that situation, rather than looking at the personal. I'll say, oh, look at this fellow, he's done this, he's done that, so I don't agree. That is not how it should go, but rather it should be that, no, there is scientific evidence that vaccines are useful, so I disagree with you. So there is doubt, there is skepticism. We don't take everything at face value, but the skepticism should come from a place of rationality. Okay, it cannot be something that comes from a place of personal emotions and all of that. So this is these are the four ethics according to what do you say? Four ethics of science according to Merton. Quickly we'll go on to our next thinker, that is what's his name? Giddens. Now Giddens is a British sociologist. One second. He's a British sociologist, and he is very famous for his book, The Constitution of Society, in which he introduces his theory of structuration. Okay, so The Constitution of Society is actually his book, and in that he's introducing the structuration theory. Now, I told you about macro theory and micro theory. Giddens is kind of trying to find a middle way. He's rejecting both macro, telling that society is not about overall structures. He's also rejecting micro, telling that individual interaction alone will not help us to understand society. So he's kind of introducing a middle theory called structuration theory. Two aspects of the structuration theory: one is the structure and the other is the agency. Alright, structure are the overall what do you say, the overall in other words, you can also say that Giddens is going against volunteerism. Volunteerism is what he calls individual action. That is, we all do everything because we want to do it, right? In whatever way I want to behave, I behave. That is called volunteerism. But he's also criticizing determinism. Determinism is where everything that I do is socially determined. So he is going against both of this. All right, and he is so he's telling that it is actually social life, a social reality is actually what do you say? It is a result of the interaction between structure and agency. Okay, and he will start with structure. Structure is the rules and resources. Okay, the large overall rules and resources that we have that determine our behavior. So norms, slang, everything will come. Maybe for our sake of example, we can take language as a structure here. Okay, because we function within the structure of language. We use language to interact with each other. So that is, we'll take that as the example. And he says that when we come to structure, we should understand something called the duality of structure. The duality of structure is that structure is both a medium as well as an outcome of practices. How do I communicate with you? I communicate with you because we belong to the structure. So both of us are within the structure called language, that is English. And so I'm able to communicate. So in that way, structure is the medium of my action. Right? But at the same time, structure is a result of my action. I am reproducing English to you, right? I'm reproducing this language to you. That's why structure exists. That's why this language exists. Why do many languages die out? Because there is nobody to speak it. So the structure is not, it's not only helping me to interact with you, but my interaction with you is the one that is enabling the structure to survive. Okay, this is called the duality of structure. It is both the medium as well as the outcome of reproduction of practices. Now he's telling that humans are the ones who invent these values and norms. We have invented language, and social practice reinforce language, right? Then it will become constraining on us. So we invent language, and thousands of people start speaking this language, so it will establish itself, and then it will start constraining us because then we act within the limits of this language, right? Now he's telling at the same time, when we talk, the other part of structuration theory is agency is the structure. I hope you understood. Agency is the, what do you say, uh, the individual acts that takes place, yeah, the individual acts that takes place. And in agency we kind of exert. So I am now talking to you, right, in English. I will exert some kind of a reflexivity, that is I am able to think and I am able to kind of modify and then use language to kind of communicate and interact. So if I don't know a particular word, I will invent, or I will try to describe it with some other thing. So even though I'm working within the structure, I will try to modify it in some way according to my needs. That is called agency. We do not just work as it is by society, but rather we try to kind of modify it and kind of exert our own agency. So he says that we'll have, so that is elements of action is there. That is when I'm trying to understand agency in relation to structure. And there is, what do you say, there are three elements. One is reflexive monitoring. That is, I will try to think. I don't know this particular word, so how will I describe it? So in that particular case, I will try to use some other word to describe it, right? That is reflexive monitoring. Second is rationalization, and third is motivation. Okay, so these three are the main elements of agency according to him. And how will I act? That is called memory traces. I am able to speak to you because of some embedded knowledge that is within me about the language. So and that is called memory traces. Now, in structuration theory, so it's basically, I hope you understood now, it is an interaction between in agency and structure. Structuration theory will use three modalities. One is signification, that is where I draw on my language and all that will come under signification. I'm drawing on signs and symbols to kind of retain the structure. Okay, that is signification. The second one is legitimation, where it has been authorized. So, for example, norms, values, and all that kind of establishes the patterns. It kind of legitimizes the patterns of interaction that we have within the structure. And finally, you have dominance. Dominance is the ways in which this kind of, what do you say, through law, through resource ownership, and all of that, we the pattern is kind of dominated upon us. Okay, so this is basically very simple terms. I have told you about structuration terms, that you have structures, you have agents, but human beings don't always exist within, they don't completely follow the structures all the time, but rather within the sphere of structure, we take that as a medium for us to kind of influence our actions, but at the same time our actions will be the one which is reproducing the structure. Okay, now one last thing that I'll conclude about guidance is that, can structures change? Structures are stable, right? Language is stable, but will it change? Of course it will. Today we have word like meme or Google it and all of that. How does that come about? That comes about because this agency is being used by us repeatedly, right? By millions of people, billions of people. They have started using terms like Google it or memes and all of that. So which means that that now becomes part of the structure. So structure is stable, but it is not unchanging. It is changing through the repeated agency of people. Okay, so with that, we finished a very rudimentary kind of understanding of the theorists. Once again, if you have any doubts, if you want me to make any clarifications, and especially for other reading materials, feel free to mail me, which already Rekha has done, and I'll be sending the material. So yes, so I've already taken your time, so please go for lunch. Thank you very much, and all the best in any of your endeavors.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ha.
Hello, hello, hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Acha, just give me 1 minute. 1 minute. Hello, hello. Yes,
Hello, ma'am.
so yes, yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So we'll be discussing on the concept of social change and social institutions like marriage and family. So social change. What is a social change? It is a consistent change in the social phenomena that comes as the concept of social change. It refers to the modification which takes place in the life pattern of people. It is found in all society. We cannot say that society does not change. Every society, in every society, change takes place, but it has certain characteristics. Like in some places, social change is faster. In some place, it is slower. In some place, social change, which tells about social relationship, may be formal or planned. In other place, it is unplanned and sudden. Social change do not have one direction. It can be linear change, one line. It can be change in cycle, circular social change. It can be change on a whole level, universal social change. So evolution takes place, which is a slow process. And therefore, social change is defined as any modification in the social phenomena. It is actually alteration in the structure and functioning of societal forms. Therefore, social change can be change in social structure and change of social structure. What is change in social structure and change of social structure? Change in social structure means within the social structure there is some changes, like the marriage rule changes, family type changes. Earlier it was nuclear family, earlier it was joint family, now it is nuclear family. That is change within the system. And change of social structure means the entire society changes and a new society forms. For example, traditional society leads to modern society. Modern society leads to postmodern society. That means it is complete change of the entire social structure. Therefore, social change is change within the social structure and it is also change at the entire social structure. Both can be called as social change, and hence it is slow process, it is universal, it is a continuous process. It can be planned social change like development, it can be unplanned social change as well. It relates to the time of social change, like some society change faster while other society change at a slower rate. It can be a small change, and on the other hand, in some places, social change can be a long-term change. Therefore, the cause of social change can be endogenous or exogenous. Endogenous social change, which says the cause lies within the system. Endogenous, within the system. The cause lies within the system. Exogenous, exo is outside. That means the change of the society is due to the cause outside the society. For example, war is exogenous factor. And social change, here in your syllabus we have the concept of progress, we have the concept of evolution, we have the concept of the factors that brought about social change. We also have the relation to theories. As I said, functional theory, social change, conflict theory of social change, cyclical theory of social change. Functional theory says one element only in the society can change. For example, economy is same, religion is same, what else? Political is same, but little change in the social aspect. That is, the age of marriage has increased or decreased. The form of marriage is changed. Earlier it was monogamy or polyandry, now it is polygyny. Otherwise, earlier it was polyandry, polygyny, now monogamy. That means functional theory says a small part can only change without disturbing the other part. Functional theory also says of equilibrium, stability. That means if there is a change in the society, then the movement takes place from one form of equilibrium to a new form of equilibrium. That is change as well as stability. So functional theory says change brings positive thing, first point. Second, a small part changes without affecting other. For example, religion, political, economy doesn't change, but marriage form changes. Functional theory also talks that a change means movement from one form of equilibrium to a new form of equilibrium, but always there is equilibrium, stability. The main proponents of functional theory is Talcott-Parsons. Talcott-Parsons social change theory says society moves from an old form of equilibrium to a new form of equilibrium. Therefore, there is process of adjustment, process of differentiation. Conflict theory of social change tells about Karl Marx's theory of class. While studying another unit in social stratification, we discussed Karl Marx's conflict theory. The same theory is here in social change conflict theory. Karl Marx says there is a change from one structure to another structure. Due to the conflict between two groups of people, lower class, upper class, class struggle takes place. That leads to the breaking of one social structure and creation of a new social structure. In the new social structure, again, two groups are there. Lower class, we who are have-nots, upper class, who are haves. There is a quarrel between the haves and the have-not, lower class, upper class. That leads to breaking of that social structure and yet formation of a new social structure. So every time a social structure breaks due to the conflict between two classes of people, lower class, upper class, and a new structure forms. In the new structure, again, two groups will come, lower and upper. They will have a fight, that will break, and a new structure will come. This is called conflict theory of social change. Why society changes? Because there is a quarrel, conflict between two group of people. Inequality exists, antagonism exists. Some people have money, some people do not have money. They will fight, break the society, a new society will form. That is conflict theory. Now, what is cyclical theory of social change? Cyclical theory of social change says life starts from birth, moves to adulthood, then we become old and we die. Similarly, civilization, society has a point of origin. It starts from a place. moves to the peak period, then comes down and becomes zero. Again, the society goes in a circular. So development starts with the development, then development reaches a peak, and then it falls down. Again it starts, again it reaches a peak, topmost, again falls down. That move in a circle and circle. That is called circular theory of social change. Petrukin Sorokin is the main protagonist for circular theory of social change. Petrukin Sorokin says about culture. There are three kinds of culture that moves in circle: idealistic, ideational, sensate. That means a culture is first very traditional. Then the culture becomes 50-50, traditional plus modern. Then the culture becomes highly modern. After highly modern, again comes down, zero, traditional. Again moves in circle, 50-50, half tradition, half modern. Then full modern. Now also you can see earlier in 60s, you see movie film heroines, Hindi film heroines at least. I have no idea about Tamil films. Hindi film heroines, you see, they were wearing a pant called bell bottom pant. That will be very tight at the upper part and very loose at the feet part. It's called bell bottom. It is in 1960s heroine used to wear. Then what happened? In 2020, again the same fashion returned back in a circle, but in a different name. It is now called palazzo. But what are these palazzo pant? Again same design, tight at the upper part and the feet part is very loose. Same design, only the name changes. That means we have moved from the topmost position to uh, moving into modern, and then we have returned back again to the traditional form. You see, nowadays again you will see heroines in saris. Of course, South Indian movie they are 90% in saris, but I'm talking about North Indian movies where they were wearing very short dresses, and that was considered as modern. And now they have again come back to traditional, where many heroines are wearing saris, and they're advertising that wearing saris also is a stature for a heroine. That means what? Fashion moves in a circular way. Similarly, social change is moving in a circular fashion. There is yet another form of change called evolutionary or linear change. Evolutionary change means society changes from very tradition to medium tradition to more tradition, then to modern, and never return back to tradition. That is linear, means one line. Evolution, that is evolutionary theory of social change. It tells evolution, that means linear evolution, one line evolution. That means society starts, moves and becomes highly modern and never come back to being tradition again. It goes on being more modern and yet more modern. That is in one line. That is also evolution. How we have evolved. Human beings have evolved from monkeys, from apes. We are not returning back again to become like monkeys. That is evolution, evolutionary theory of social change. So we have understood what is social change, characteristics of social change, theories of social change. Now we'll come to the concept of progress and social evolution. Social evolution says that everything evolves in a slow process and the cause is always internal. It is a gradual and progressive. It is evolution on the cultural and human aspect. This social evolution is progressive. Then what is social progress? Social progress is a value loaded term. When you bring a positive change in a desired direction, it's called progress. That means we have a desired direction. We want to bring it in that direction. For example, what are the criteria of progress? Longevity of people. Like people earlier were living for 60 years. Now people are active even at the age of 80 years. That is called the longevity. The increase in wealth, increase in longevity, increase in moral conduct shows progress in a society. That means something positive is taking place. Progress can have measuring rod. How much progress, how much less progress. But always there is a desired end which is achieved. Then, just a second.
Okay, ma'am.
So by this we have completed the concept on social change, evolution and progress. And then we'll be looking to your one more unit which has social institutions in it. The most important institutions, or what are institution, how it is different from community, how it is different from association. Institutions are actually procedural norms, that any procedural norms include institution. For example, marriage is an institution, kinship is an institution because there are rules. It has certain procedure, usages. Therefore, it is institution. Marriage has rules. Kinship has rules. Kinship has rules means your father line, all your father's brother, son, all male member in that line are understood to be patrilineal. Your mother's sister's daughter, your cousin sisters, all are female. That comes as matrilineal. This matrilineal, all are rules. Therefore, they are institution. Education is an institution because it has rules. You give exam, you come for attendance, you get your certificate, it follows certain rules. So marriage, kinship, education, these can be known as example of institutions. How they are different than community? Community, it tells about a group of people with a territory and we feeling. That means closeness or conscious feeling. It has certain boundary, territory. Then how it is different from society? Society has no boundary. You can be a member of a Brahmin society. It can be a Bengali Brahmin. It can be a Telugu Brahmin. It can be a Tamil Brahmin whom you have never seen, but they exist in India. They form one society as well. So industrial society, agriculture society, rural society, tribal society, we don't know each other. But we exist in the form of likeness and dislikeness. It is abstract. Society is abstract, but community is concrete because it has a boundary. Then how institution is different from association? Association is voluntary. It is not permanent. Community is permanent. Tribal community, Brahmin community. You are born with that, it is permanent. But association is not permanent. Association example? For example, you are Red Cross Society or you are a member of any club. It is voluntary membership. It is temporary. It can break. So therefore, society is different from community, is different from association, is different from institution. Therefore, marriage and family forms are known as institutions. In your syllabus, we have these as social institution, marriage and family. What is marriage then? It tells about a bondage or legalized relationship between a man and a woman with certain laws. It is a stable relationship between a man and a woman which is permitting them socially to have children. It is a legitimate sexual union. It tells about production and maintenance of children. So what are the aim of marriage? Dharma, Praja and Rati are the three aim of marriage. Dharma means after you get married, you follow your responsibilities of being a married man, taking care of your wife, taking care of children. That is dharma. And praja and rati. Praja and rati. Rati here tells about sensual experience, happiness, physical sexual happiness, and procreation, which tells about praja, procreation. That means more number of children you give birth. So marriage has different forms. Monogamy is a form of marriage which has one spouse, that is one husband or one wife spouse. That is called monogamy. There can be serial monogamy. For example, I have one husband, I'll give a divorce. Again, I'll get married to another husband, I'll get divorce. Again, I'll have another husband. That means at the same time, I'm not having three husbands, one after the other. There is serial monogamy. That means you have one spouse at one time. Then there is polygyny and polyandry. Polygyny, one husband, many wife. Polyandry, one wife, many husband. Polyandry can be fraternal polyandry, non-fraternal polyandry. Fraternal is brotherhood. That means I am a woman. I am going through polyandry marriage. That means I am marrying 4 men. 4 of them are brothers. They are fraternal polyandry. If 4 of them are not brothers, friends, then non-fraternal polyandry. Then there is other 2 kinds called levirate and sororate. Levirate, if my husband dies for some reason, I can marry the elder brother of my husband or younger brother of my husband. That is called levirate. If elder brother of my dead husband I marry, that is called senior levirate. If younger brother of my dead husband, junior levirate. Then sororate, if a wife will die, then man can marry the wife's sister. Sororate. So monogamy, polyandry, polygyny, levirate, sororate. These are the various forms that we see. And there can be also other forms of different ways of acquiring mates or forms of marriage. There can be marriage in the form called positive and negative. Positive is Brahma marriage, Arsha marriage. That means you take money or you marry the Brahmin girl, and that comes as a form of positive kind of marriage. There are also negative kind of marriage, Rakshasa marriage, Paisacha marriage. That means you get kidnapped by a man and then the man marries you. Because he kidnapped you, now you became defamed. Nobody will accept you in the society. So you always stay with that man and become his wife. Even Gandharva love marriage is also called as negative marriage. So marriage can have positive form, that is prasastha, or negative from aprasastha. Prasastha comes Brahmin marriage, Brahma marriage, Arsha marriage, Daiva marriage, that is godly marriage. And aprasastha, negative is Rakshasa marriage, Paishacha marriage, Gandharva marriage. These are various kinds of marriage. What are the recent changes that have been brought in the marriage? And what are the factors responsible? There are many factors responsible for the changes in marriage. Education, now girls are getting more education, studying for more years and getting married at a late time. So education comes as a factor for change in marriage. Then family, earlier it was joint family, so you get married early, you'll have more number of children. Now it is nuclear family. So if you get married and have more number of children, nobody is there to take care. Husband is going for job, wife is going for job. Then economy, polyandry, polygyny marriage focus on economy as well. If I marry one rich man and I get so much money, then under polyandry, I will marry 4 men and become more rich. So money can be one of the factors that brought changes in marriage. Then loyalty. Earlier it was marriage called promiscuous marriage. Anybody can marry anyone. Slowly polyandry, polygyny came, and at last monogamy came. So slowly loyalty is becoming prime important factor in marriage. So mostly these are the factors that affect marriage. Political factor also affects marriage. Religious factors also affect marriage. In some religion, more wives are allowed. In some religion, it's not allowed. So that forms a factor in marriage. Then what are the recent changes in marriage? especially age of marriage. Now age is increased. Then form of marriage. Earlier it was arranged marriages, now love marriages, then living relationship, then gay marriage, then lesbian marriage, even transgenders marriage. It's changing. What are the other changes in marriage? Recent changes in marriage? The marital laws, succession, adoption, new rules are formed. Surrogacy. That means if you are not able to produce children, you can have artificial form of developing womb, and somebody else will carry your baby till the delivery takes place. Surrogate marriage or surrogacy. That is a recent change in marriage. What else? Transgender marriage is a recent change. Now it is being allowed. In some countries, gay marriage, lesbian marriage is allowed. These are recent changes in marriage. So therefore, marriage as a concept is very important in sociology as a social institution because it follows rules. This exogamy, endogamy. Endogamy means you marry within your caste, within your religion, within your subcaste. Exogamy is outside. So endogamy, exogamy, monogamy, polygyny, polyandry, levirate, sororate, all these tells about marriage follows rules. Therefore, it is a social institution. Then family also becomes example of social institution. Family is a group of people defined by sex relationship endeavor to provide procreation and upbringing of children. It is about a group of person whose relation to one another is based on consanguinity, that is blood. So family includes a mating relationship. It's a form of marriage. It tells about a nomenclature. Nomenclature means a name or a title. Supposing you have a particular title, your daughter or son will also follow that title. If the daughter gets married to her husband, she will take the husband's title, surname. That is nomenclature. Another characteristics of family tells about economic provision, interaction, communication. And marriage is mostly about emotional basis. It has a limited, family is mostly emotional basis. Family is a universal social institution. Everybody has family. We seek to have family. If we are alone in the society, whether divorce or widow, it is taken as a negative thing. There is a change in the family from joint family to nuclear family. Earlier it was joint family. That means 3 generations will stay under one roof, in one kitchen. Food will be cooked in one place, only bedrooms will be different. Therefore, they are together in one house. That is called joint family. There are certain social regulations and responsibility of members in those family. But in a nuclear family, it is about one man and a woman and their children, sibling. So, joint family is mostly patrilineal because the male members becomes the dominant. Head of the family is always the eldest male member. Therefore, it is patriarchal joint family. Indian society is mostly patriarchal joint family because majority of family are found in rural areas are joint family. Only in town we have nuclear family. Nuclear family refers to the couple with or without children. It is a single person household where the female can dominate or even male can dominate. Then on the basis of authority, 2 kinds of family. If male is dominant in the house, it is called patriarchal family. If female is dominant in the house, it is called matriarchal family. If supposing you and me got married and we are not staying in your parents' house or my parents' house, but we have taken a separate house where you and me are staying, that is called neo-local residence. If after marriage I will go to your parents' house, it is called patrilocal marriage. That is husband's parents. If after marriage you will come to my house to stay with my parents, it is called matrilocal residence. So patrilocal residence, matrilocal residence, neo-local residence. Another thing found in South India is abuncolocal family. or avinculacal residence. It is a type where the married couple move to the house of maternal uncle. Mother's brother is important. Mother's brother can take decision in the family. It is mostly in Kerala. Avinculacal family. So it can be patrilocal family, matrilocal family, neolocal family, avinculacal family. Patrilineal family, matrilineal family, patriarchal based on authority, patriarchal based on authority, matriarchal. Then it can be based on relationship, blood relationship. If it is blood relationship, consanguineous family. If blood relationship, consanguineous family means in my family, if I stay with my father, mother, brother, sister, it becomes same blood, consanguineous family. If I go and stay with my husband, husband's father, husband's mother, husband's sister, it comes as affinal family. That means family not based on blood relationship, but family based on marriage relationship. So family has two orientations, it is actually called. Family of orientation, family of procreation. Family of orientation means from where I am born. My father, my brother, my mother, they are my family of orientation. Family of procreation is after marriage where I go. My husband's father, husband's mother, husband's sister. That comes as procreation. So family of orientation, family of procreation. Consanguineous family, affinal family is also the same. Family of orientation is consanguineous family. Family of procreation is affinal family. Again, we'll say that family plays certain function. It gives a satisfaction of sexual needs. There is reproduction. More number of children are born. There is economic function, provides us provision of home, economy. Main thing is socialization takes place in the family. And there are certain changes in the family. Nowadays, from joint family to nuclear family, we are seeing. We are seeing also the changes in the family functions. Earlier, economic function was done by the husband. Now, economic function is done by both husband and wife. There is changes in the educational system in the family. Earlier, family education system says that kindergarten school was not there. All the small kids will be provided support and help only inside the family. But now educational changes have been brought in family, and very small children are going to pre-nursery class, kindergarten, creche. These are changes in the educational system in the family. There are also changes in the recreation system in the family. Earlier, recreation was inside the family. Recreation means leisure time activity, happiness, enjoying. That is earlier it was within the family. Because it was joint family, more number are there. Every Sunday is a party. Because everybody is there. But now it's a nuclear family. Husband is alone, wife is alone, child is alone. When there is holiday, for recreation, they go to mall, they go to movie theater, and they go to movie theater within the mall. That means what? It is mostly recreation has changed. So these are the ways by which family forms a social institution. We also have political institution, educational institution. Institution itself tells about the rules. Institution means rules. Education is an institution. Economy is an institution, because in the economy there are private property, there are advantages of private property, disadvantages of private property, there is difference in stratification, there are consequences of economic development, there are barriers, obstacles for economic development. Therefore, economy also forms a part of institution. Education is an institution because there are various aspects of education: primary education, higher education, education bringing social change, education related to modernization, cultural reproduction is found in education. Right. So these are the basic things of economy, polity as a social institution, political institution, economic institution, education institution, family and marriage in social institution. Right. and we have completed social change as well. So I hope we have completed all the portions, and this will be my last class. Still, students, if you have any doubt in any of these units, you can tell your coordinator, madam, to have one doubt class or revision class before your exam. I'll just join the link. Officially we have to come to an end to this syllabus for your class, but unofficially, if you have any doubt, commonly you can come together with a link, and then I can also clear your doubts. And of course, that won't be a remunerative class. Okay. So all the best for your exams. And anybody wants to thank you for your wishes? Yes. Okay. All the best for your exams. Okay. See you. Bye bye.
Thank
Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is my voice audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there are 3 units left to finish. So today we will finish, and this is your last class for rural sociology. There are no class after this. Uh, Many of you are actually from the first class you are asking about what is social network. Social network. Many it is in last unit, and so what is it? The social network, if we'll say. The social network, we can also say it is also social capital. Okay, network means your relationship, your relationship with others. That is social network. Your it started with very beginning. It will start from your family, then kinship, your caste group, then your village. After that, some are after taking birth in your family, you automatically become a member of one group, maybe one family or one kinship group or one caste community or village. uh, that is one relationship, but others you don't you have to create another group. Suppose you are going to another city, there you don't know anyone, you have to build that network, that social network, that we say rural social network. That will tell in detail, but I'm saying what is this network, social network. It is nothing but social relationship that you build with other people, with other individuals. By birth you directly into one group, you don't have any choice. If you are born into a brahmin, there you don't have any brahmin caste, you don't have any choice on that. Similarly to other lower castes also, that is there you don't have any choice. You belong to a particular class, belong to a particular caste or community. But when you go to a city, or suppose you are going to school, there you have to build friendship. There will be 4 5 people will be your friends, your your friendship circle can be it can be increased also. So it varies. So you have to build like a club membership or any association. You have to start it, you have to build it. Otherwise, see, there is something automatically will come, another one you have to create that one. So, what is this rural social relationship? Uh, and now, social network, will say the social media is playing a great role. Suppose you are interested in something, in just to give example, I'm not talking about rural social network. I'm saying now you see the role of social media. You are here, but you can connect people with other country. Suppose you want to do some social service, there is some organization, you can be a member of that, or any NGO also you can contact and you can be a member of that. That is social network. Okay. There is a sociologist called Pierre Bourdieu. He has talked about different types of capital. One is and social capital you can understand as social network also. Okay, so we'll understand what are they. He talked about economic capital, social capital, symbolic capital. So what are they? Cultural capital also. Okay, so if you know about Karl Marx, he has talked only about material capital, means which something which can be immediately and directly converted into money. Suppose you have gold with you, or anything, any raw materials, or you are producing paddy, you can convert it into money. That is your you can say economic capital. That is your you can say material, something which is material. you can convert it into money. So that is economic capital. So what is social capital? It can also understood as social network also. So what is social capital? Social capital is your relationship that you have built with other people. Suppose these can also be converted into money and power. Okay, the social capital. How is it possible? See, for example, you belong to a particular community, or take for example, someone is a chief minister who is your known person. Suppose your father's brother is chief minister of your state. So you have influence, you have relationship with people. So if you want to get a job in government sector, it will be very easy for you. That is your social network. Or something, or any suppose you want to get any certificate, for example ST certificate or SC certificate. What you will do, because in India what happens, everything will not happen in 1 day or 2 day. If you have some relationship there, if you know somebody in that office, suppose your father is working in that office or your friend is working in that office, it will be easy for you to get a certificate. Then you will join a job through that. That can be converted into money also. That is social capital, your relationship. Okay, then cultural capital, that can also be converted into money and power. So what is social capital? Social capital is sorry, your education qualification, your skills, your communication skills, or any skills you know. Suppose you are trained as a software engineer, or any marketing line, you have that skill, communication skills or anything. Or you are an artist, that is your skill. You can paint very nicely, or you can sing, you can speak very nicely. That is your you can say skills. So that is cultural capital, that can be converted into money. Suppose you are a singer, if you will sing song, through that also you can earn money. You have educational qualification, automatically if you have PhD degree, then you can apply for assistant professor in any university. So these are your cultural capital. What is symbolic capital? Sorry, again it can be converted into power and money. Symbolic capital is your you can say your honor, your prestige. Suppose you can say you are a charismatic leader. Maybe you don't have money with you, but you are in any poor person, but maybe in India there are many few MLAs, MP, they're very poor, but they attract people because they are honest. Or you can say Anna Hazare also, if you take the example of him, he has that power and prestige, honor with him, because people consider him the honest person. So that's why again he can motivate people through him, through his talent, through his speech, because his resources are his honesty, his sincerity, his simplicity, that can be converted into money also. He can influence people, he can or see, anyone can do that. So that can be symbolic capital. So these are the different types of here. If you know Karl Marx, he has talked only about economy and material capital or economic capital. But here Bordeaux has given different types of capital, and here in our syllabus there is a concept called social network. You can also understand it as social capital also. So what is the role of the social network in you can say this rural society? See, already there is a social network. If you belong to a particular caste or belong to a family, particular family, that is your relationship. So now, if you see, government wants to bring many policies, programs. Yeah, wants to implement these plans, programs in village area. Suppose we'll take example of this self-help groups. This is a kind of also social network. So what you will do here, suppose because yesterday we were talking about that minimum 10 to 25 like that people can create a group. So automatically a person who belong to a higher caste will not go to a lower caste to approach whether that person will be a member of that group or not. They will not. But they will find someone from same locality or same you can say same caste women. If you'll see, if you have not noticed, mostly group people, they will find their own people, maybe brothers. Suppose self-help groups, I'm opening an account or I'm becoming a member in a group, then I'll ask my sister or my sister-in-law there, so whom I know, or my friend. So that is social network. So in that way, government is trying to bring many policies. That is one. Then other if you say, if you know about this MA products, this now Modi Care, some this creams, cosmetics they are selling, that you have to be a member, then another person will open an account with you. So the social network will develop. So it depends how much people have open an account in under you. So accordingly you will get money. So that is kind of also social network, and in that way women are becoming empowered slowly. uh, and initially is yesterday I was mentioning that women were confined to their four walls of the house, but now uh, different the schemes are coming for, especially for women, for other rural youth. I said Manrega. So Manrega also, you can say it's a network. Suppose a dealer who if you'll see, suppose a contractor, he will try to find his own people whom I know. Maybe he may not be belong to, may not belong to my caste or my community, but anyway I know. Suppose I am going to a particular shop, I'll buy from there, then I will suggest my brother, my sister to go to that particular shop. That is network, social network. Or if your friend has opened one restaurant, you will suggest, because your friend will ask you to give this information to everyone in your locality. So automatically there are many shops, but you will not recommend them to go to other shops. What you will do, you will recommend, or anyone, suppose you are staying in a city, for example Chennai, and you know somebody who is a good institution, for example. Okay, you have studied there, you have very good contact with them, so you have built a relationship there. So what you will do, anyone your juniors or any or your father's friends children, to them you will recommend, no, that institution is very good, they are friendly, and they will give some concession. In that way you will convince them. So that is social network, social relationship. And migration also, you will find a particular group of people from one village will go to particular state, not to other. Suppose someone from my village has gone to suppose I'm staying in Puducherry. My forget about my own brother, or anyone from my village I know has gone to Gujarat, and I came to know that he is earning good. Monthly he is earning 30,000. So what will I do? Okay, when he will come next time, I will go with him. So it is social network. Then after that, yeah, after you left, then you will take your brothers, then others from your locality will take. That is social network. So one by one, it's a kind of chain system. Someone is connected with you. If you have seen the chain, how chain is connected, one after one, one after one. That is social network. and in rural area it is working like that. This self-help group is the best example of social network. And I said example of Amway, Modi Care. These companies, they are mostly targeting women. They will go to different houses. They will use open one account. Then they will ask other people to join their group. So this is that. Then there are other another unit that is talking about the difference between the institution between rural and urban. In the first class, I think, or second class, we discussed, we are talking about marriage, family, kinship, those institutions. What is institution? First we have to understand. So institutions are nothing but rules and regulations to regulate our behavior. For example, marriage is a social approval. See, now people are staying in a live-in relationship, but without, society has not given social approval to it. Or people are saying lesbian relationship, but our government has not given it permission. It is opposing it. Though it is decriminalized into 2028, then also marriage is not permissible yet. So only marriage is permissible between opposite sex. So it is a social approval. If social approval, your parents, your society will be involved in that. They will say, now they will give a you can say a feast to every, to whole village or to locality. Then you will declare it that they are married. Now they can legally they can stay with each other. Otherwise our society doesn't allow them to stay. Just like that is and that is. And these institutions they are mean to fulfill our social needs. What is that social needs? You say our basic needs is food, clothing, shelter. That is any even animals also, they need to sleep, they need to eat. They may not wear clothes, but as human beings we need to wear clothes. So every animals or human beings, they have basic needs. But social needs, what? Social needs, see, to sustain the society, for the you can say survival of society, marriage is required. uh, Giving birth to children is required. That is one social need. Without that, society will not grow, or society one day will die. If everyone will decide that no, we will not only we will get married, but we will not be having children. So what will happen? One day will come, so there will be no one in the society. So in order to continue the society, we need that. We need marriage, we need family. Family is there to take care of young. Suppose a young baby, he or she cannot take care of him or her. They need parents, they who can feed them, who can teach them how to talk. So culture of our society. What is culture? Culture is a way of life. Means how to your which is transformed, which is learned, which is shared. Suppose our belief pattern, our habits, our ideology, our any practices also. The way, if we'll go to like it, because their culture is totally different. They will eat boiled food, which you may not like, because it is decided by what happened, cultivation. Okay, even cultivation also, there is a different way, they in a different way. So your clothing pattern also, every part of India you will see, you will wear something half sari, which you will not find in east or in north part. North, they wear something different which we don't wear. So our culture is different, our food pattern is different, our culture is different from other Western countries. When we see elders, we were asked to touch their feet or we do namaskar. But they may kiss each other. That is not in our culture. So that is what. So family is there to teach. Yes, yes, good. Everything. The way, actually, culture is a way of life. Everything will come into it. Yes. So culture is a big term. Tradition will come in that. Yes. Culture is not there in a syllabus, but I am just giving an example to make you understand. When I said family marriage, so family is required, but otherwise, I don't know if you know the case of Annabella. They are called wolf children. I think it happened in West Bengal, or I am forgetting the role of importance of culture. It was found that they were two sisters, and what happened? They were discovered from a wolf. Okay, and when they were discovered, one was something 4 years, another is 2.5. Two sisters from jungle, and when they were brought to the mainstream society, they were not able to sustain. They died later because they didn't know how to. They were just behaving like wolf. Wolf. They were crawling like that. They were making sound like them. They didn't know how to eat properly. They were eating like wolf. So even if they were human beings, they didn't know how to behave properly, how to be human beings in human society. So you can be only. That's why Aristotle has said human beings are social animal. Without socialization, we are all animals. If we'll stay with wolf, then we will also behave like wolf. And another child was locked in a room with a mother who cannot speak and hear. So when that baby was discovered, that person couldn't speak because he doesn't know anything how to talk to people. So culture is important, and it will happen only within society and through socialization. Your mom will say, if you are shouting, then mom will say, no, don't shout so much, don't when elders are talking, don't talk in between, don't interfere them. So we learn how to eat also. You cannot eat in left hand, you have to eat in right hand. So this is our culture. So but yeah, there are some difference in urban institutions and rural institutions. See, marriage is everywhere, marriage is universal. Um Now things have changed because in marriage in rural society it's mostly arranged. Why it is so? Because people, they don't have much mobility. Whereas in urban society, suppose you are going to study to an urban area, and there you find you fell in love with somebody who is from northeast. So there is a contact through that only you fell in love, and that after that you approached your parents and you got married. But it doesn't happen in rural society because it is more rigid, and there is no much scope for interaction. That is another reason. Then marriage or family also. Now also you will find joint family system in rural society, but in urban society, nuclear family, you will not find any joint family. Maybe very rare, I don't know whether it exists or not. But joint family system has also diminishing day by day in rural area. But then also we can say you can find joint family system there. Then other things, caste system is not very much rigid in urban area, but which is rigid. Though many things have changed in the caste system, but then also we are following caste system, and it is coming in a new form. Okay, we are well educated. Suppose you have PhD degree with you, then when you will give you are searching a girl or a boy in matrimony site, what you will give? we are searching for a Brahmin beautiful girl. So already there is caste in that. You are saying that no, I am educated. Then also you are talking about caste. Caste is not going. It is coming in new form. It maybe you can say that old wine in a new bottle. It is coming again and again. Caste, we are saying caste. Now people are coming and vote bank politics, caste, in name of caste they are doing politics. So caste has not gone. It is there. It is coming in a new form. Just like you are before your room color was red and now you didn't like it because it was red color, now you made it white. So it is like that. It's not room is same, you are just changing the color. Caste, marriage, those things are your institutions. So another unit is social, rural social problems. I'm going very fast because I have very limited time and I have to finish many things. Anyway, I think you can understand. It's not very difficult. You can understand. So social problems. What is social problem? So, something which is affecting only one individual or a particular group, it cannot be called a social problem. Suppose problem you are suppose you are anyone in your family or a boy or a girl is mentally retired or you can say abnormal. I don't know what to say. It will not be right word to say abnormal. Maybe especially able person. So maybe that is a problem for your family. Or forget that example. Okay, a person is a drunkard in your family, and he is not taking care of his wife, his children. Uh, that is a problem for a particular individual and a family. That is not affecting other members or whole society is not affected. When a problem is affecting whole society or large portion of society, it will be called a social problem. Otherwise, it is not. If that problem is only affecting me or my family, then it is not a social problem. But suppose we can say poverty. Poverty is a social problem because large section of people are suffering from it, or unemployment, or illiteracy, or child labor, migration. Those issues, or any you can say any disease also, like just that COVID, it has not gone yet. It is also a social problem. You can say no, it's only a disease, but socially it is affecting us. Socially, when we say socially, we will think about caste, we will think about caste, gender, we will ethnicity, those things if you are included. When what is the speciality in sociology? When you will find all those issues, then we can say this is sociology. What is so special in sociology? So what you will say? In COVID, people will say maybe some economics. They will say, okay, growth has gone down, support production has gone down. Those things they will see. But we will, as sociologists, what we will see, social issue, how is particular community is affected. Suppose when this corona came, mostly northeast people were targeted. That issue we will see mostly in Bangalore news came that because of you corona came, because they were considered as Chinese. So that is a problem, that is the concern of sociology. We study that. Then another Muslim people we are targeted. Mostly you must have seen in news that Muslim people, suppose a vendor going to sell his vegetables, no one is ready to take vegetables from him because he belongs to a particular minor community. So those issues. Then migration also, during that time a particular section, because everyone is not affected. People say that no, calamities come, it affects everybody. No, it is not. It is not equal to everyone, because people who had money, they will just order food from Zomato or Swiggy, or they will order from any mall, they don't have to go out from home. But people who depend on wage labor, without, if will stay in home, within the home, they will die. So they have to go out of home. So that is our concern. Lower class, caste, these people were suffered. How they were working one state to another. So many people died in the road itself, through accidents or because of lack of food. So those are the issues. So social problems when it is affecting a whole society or a large section of society. These are the examples I gave. So what are the reason behind this social problems? One can be, you can say, or what is a social problem, you can say, when it is not ideal, when it is not normal. Suppose we are talking about population. At one time we had, our population was okay, but after some time now we will be the first, I think, in rank, we will be in rank 1 in population. Now it is a problem for us, population explosion. That is the problem, and it varies from one place to another place, one country to another. Suppose now, because in order to control this population explosion, Chinese came with one child policy. After that, now there is a crisis for them in their society, that population is decreasing very in a very high rate. Now people are they don't want to get married, or if they are getting married, they don't want any child also, because before they had a law that if you will have more than 2 babies, then you will be punished for that, because population is increasing and you need to control. But India didn't have that policy. But now, actually, India is in a good condition, if you'll say, because we need human resource for that. And in Chinese, only number of older people are higher than the actually the adult group. So now after they saw that no, population is decreasing, so they came with another policy, that is two child policy. Now they are coming with third child policy. And in order to promote, in order to encourage people, they are giving many loans, or you can say many government schemes are coming for them. If you will have 3 children, then you will get these facilities. Suppose in our country, we don't have such a strict rule like China, that okay, if you will have more than 2 babies, then you will be killed or you will be punished. No, in India we have liberal approach. See, one child policy, no one will say that you will be punished. But if you have one daughter, then your daughter will get all benefits, your daughter will get scholarship, your daughter will, actually many reasons behind that. Why? Because we consider that girls are burden in our society. They are the, you can say, the ugliest creature of the world, because they cannot take care of parents. They are just mean to go to another's house. So in order to change that mindset, different state government or central governments coming up with different schemes. What is that, Sukanya Yojana? Many yojanas are coming. That single girl child program, or if you have only one, then you will be awarded for that. So we have such facility. But in China, you will be punished, or maybe something very seriously you will be punished for that. So this is that the social problem. It is not normal, and it is not considered it is ideal by a large number. When what is social problem, we can say, when you are not following the norms of a society, something it happens consciously, unconsciously also. Suppose natural calamities are coming, what we can do, we cannot control it. But anyway, yes, yes. Anything in your state, you can find it. Any scheme, any related to young daughter, and they're giving after for marriage also. you have some schemes, and because we are thinking, no, there was female infanticide, female feticide, to in order to stop that, they are coming, okay, if your daughter, for your daughter's marriage, then after 21 years you will get 4 lakh or 5 lakh. Yes, those schemes are coming up. Because at one time, that's why now the ratio of girls has increased. Before it was very low, especially in Haryana and Punjab, it was very low. Now mindset of people is changing. uh, I was talking about the social problem. Yes, many things happened. One is when one doesn't follow the norms of a society. Norms, what is norms? Norms are guidelines to regulate the behavior. Guidelines means don't do that. Suppose you will say that any example, norms, I'm just giving example in a family. Okay, that as a younger one, you have to respect your elders. That is a norm, or you have to follow that. Just in a family, in a society also, you should not cheat others. So these are the issue. When you do that, that will be a social problem for us. Uh, so uh, and why did it happen? It happened due to many reasons. When there is a gap between your expectations and your experiences. Suppose you are expecting something, and but you are not getting, but you are getting something else. I want to become an IAS officer. My father is very poor, but I want to become an IAS officer. Anyway, I work very hard. So if after all trials also, if I am not successful, one person may turn into another way, which is not good. Maybe you can say drug addiction or those things. Can be that. If that happens, there is a gap between cultural gap. Suppose there is a difference between material and non-material culture. Social problems can happen. Suppose material culture, your technology, everything is changing very fast. Non-material culture is your value system, your caste. It's not changing. Suppose in a factory, a Brahmin is working, scheduled caste is also working. So, but again, we are working where industrialization is happening. Again, our value system has not changed. We, even if I am a junior to a person who belong to SC or ST, I will not follow his advice or instruction. That may create problems in societies. There are many reasons. Then value, clashes of value. My value is different from your value. Suppose I believe in discipline, sincerity, and you a person, your value, you don't believe in that. There are different reasons of the social problems. In your syllabus, there is unemployment happening due to many reasons. In If we'll talk about rural areas, people mostly depend on agriculture. And if there is no rain, there is a problem. And if heavy rain, excess rain, again there is a problem. Crop loss will happen. And that after that also, now farmers are not getting their due. How much they are spending in agriculture, they are not getting. They are spending around, suppose they are spending 10,000, but that 10,000 also they are not getting throughout years, or in 6 months they are working in a year, uh, but they are not getting even that 10,000 rupees in return. So that is a problem. After 6 months they are just sitting like that. They're not employed, or maybe they are using traditional technology, which is not very much beneficial for them, or they don't have proper skills through that they can be benefited. Then migration also another problem. Now people are migrating in a large number, and we only realized during this corona how problematic it is. How in what number we people are migrating from rural area to urban area, because of poverty. They Here what they will do, maybe people migration happens due to two factors: pull factor, push factor. Pull factor means it's something which attracts you. Okay, I'm in my village anyway, I have good income, I am happy, but you find no, there is a better opportunity. I mean, it will attract, but you are happy in your place, but at the same time it attracts you. Okay, let's go and see what is it. That is pull factor, something attracts you. Push factor, because there is so much poverty in your village that you cannot survive here, you have to leave this place in order to feed your family members. That is push factor. So this migration, it can be permanent, it can be cyclical. Suppose I'm engaged in agriculture for 6 months, next 6 months I'll go to you can say Chennai, or I can go to Gujarat, Surat people say no, that one. There they will work again during cultivation time, they will come back. So this is cyclical, means one season you will work, another season you will go. Why this migration is happening? Again, it is why, because everyone wants to be in their own place. If there are proper opportunities for them according to their qualification or their skills, then no one wants to go to other places. Why people are migrating? Because they want to get more. That's why, in order to eradicate this migration, now governments coming with this Manrega, because in order to you can say control this migration, because after this agricultural work, in rest of the years, rest of the days, that person will be engaged uh, in the work which is locally available, so he will not go to other state. So that is there for migration. Child labor also. Child labor mostly in India actually varies. Age mostly 5 to 14 years. In India, it is that these children are employed in work illegally, and again it is because of poverty. Parents who cannot afford, they will send their children to work, or sometimes it happens forcefully also. Child trafficking, they will take and they will ask them to work for them in factory, any other, mostly in factory area I will find. And mostly girls, number of boys is more than girls, but girls are mostly exploited sexually, physically. They will be asked to work as domestic helper. They will go in a very small age. You must have seen some documentary also, child labor, you can see if you are interested. That is child labor. Then there are illiteracy, another, though our now in India 74% people are literate, and in rural area it is 71, and there is gender disparity also. But there is a long way to go. That will not that will not help you. And this is illiteracy, we need to address those issues. Many things are happening. Again, suppose a father who is not able to give 2 meals in a day to his family, how can he afford to afford his children to go to school? So that is again a problem. So that will lead to child labor, child trafficking, or mostly, or migration. If you'll see, migration will also lead to slum, means urban slums. People here from rural area, they are going where they will stay, because how much money they are getting from that factory, they cannot sustain with that. They need to send to their villages, their family. With minimum necessity, they will start staying in slum area, where there is no water facility, no sanitation facilities. So they will face all problems. So that will lead to increase the number of slums. So that is another reason. Sanitation problem in rural areas. See, now that Swachh Bharat mission has come, that every household has one that toilet, that is they in order to stop that open defection. So now the Swachh Bharat mission is started in 2014, and they had a goal that will achieve 100% result in 2019. There are some, yes, it is in a large, to a great extent, it helps people, but then also it has some weakness that need to be addressed. So these are the some issues in rural areas. Or if you can, if you are from village area, you can see other problems also. Now we can add also this, what is that, drug addiction. There was a time people just hearing, but in village area now it has reached to village area also. The drugs, then this alcoholism, those things have reached to village people. People, before, people were known for simplicity, they have started falling into this trap, and families are destroyed because of this. Because a person, whatever he will earn in a day, he will spend all money in this alcohol. So family will suffer, children will suffer, their future will suffer, ultimately our country will suffer. So this is, and these problems, the social problems cannot be handled by one person. Individual, at individual level, it is not possible to solve. Collective efforts are required. You must have seen in news that self-help groups, women attacked that alcohol shop, and it is very good initiative actually. They are taking collectively, so that next time people will be afraid to open shop. Now instead of schools or any health center, we are opening this alcohol centers, at least 3 4 in a if you are from Puducherry, then you know it very well. So see, at collective level it should happen. An individual cannot change. I can change myself, but I cannot change all. With collective, maybe people of your age, you can start that way, awareness. You need to bring awareness in your family. Firstly, you need to change yourself. Then your family will change. Then your society. So it will change, and we should try to change ourselves first. Then we can change others. So these social problems can be handled collectively, only through if government will ask only, okay, only policy plans, nothing will change. We need to change our mindset. We need to change. Then only things will be better. So any doubt in today's class? Yes. So this is my last class. I think your all classes got over today. You don't have any more class after this. Maybe you have to prepare. You have to prepare for exam. Okay, thank you.